Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to let you know that we are now live. Enjoy your show.
Hello, Ms. Rudd.
Oh. Oh, look, Randy's got some money in his background. We can use that for the budget. Randy, we can't hear you now.
Yeah, if we have any shortfalls, I'm ready to help out here.
Can you cover? Thanks.
I don't know. Will coins get the job done?
Are those gold? That might, if it's gold.
They look like big gold coins too.
You know what Tom Selleck says? Buy gold.
Now, does Tom Selleck say that? I know some folks do, but I don't remember him saying that. I remember he does reverse mortgages.
Yeah.
Was that? Who is it? Who's the buy gold guy? William Devane.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Whoa.
All right, let's see who we got.
Let's see.
Shar, Randy, me. That's us so far. Oh, there's Kyle. And I see Pat.
It's here. I have someone in the waiting room, Mel Furlow.
Oh, that's Melanie Macy.
Okay. Okay, glad you knew that.
All right. Let's kick this thing off. 1 second here. Let me silence my phone. All right. Well, I'm going to call.
Did anyone hear from Kim tonight? Was she going to be participating?
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah. I mean, I got a message for the last couple meetings that she wasn't going to be attending, but I didn't get anything today. So
I'm checking right now, and I don't see anything. I don't see anything from her.
And I did not receive anything after I sent the invitation out today, Dave.
okay, just checking because I know there were some questions after Monday night's meeting. So
Well, it's just after 6:30. It's 6:31. So I'm going to call to order the Wednesday, May 13th, 2020 special meeting. Let's talk about our budget for the next fiscal year. Begin with the roll call. I'm Mike Fournier, Mayor of Royal Oak. We'll go with Randy.
Here.
Actually, I meant to say Commissioner Lavasser. Commissioner Douglas.
Here.
Commissioner Macy.
Here.
Commissioner Prush.
Here.
Commissioner Dubak? Commissioner Gibbs? Okay. Well, we definitely have a quorum. We're going to open up public comment at this time. Ms. Schwanger, do we have any public comment that we received from the telephone line today?
Mayor Fournier, there was one public comment for tonight's meeting, and I will play that for you as fast as I can click.
Thank you.
According to a survey by the United States Conference of Mayors, as a result of COVID-19, 98% of cities with populations of 50,000 to 500,000 expect a shortfall and will be furloughing employees and cutting back on services. Given that, and the Commission's failure to change any spending of taxpayer dollars since the beginning of the shutdown, I had naturally hoped the matter would be addressed in the proposed budget. Instead, I am appalled that this document is again business as usual. The proposed budget has the shocking recommendation to hire 7 additional city employees, probably at a cost of over $500,000 when considered benefits. Not cutting, not maintaining, but adding. This budget acknowledges the impact of COVID only through June 30th, and only in certain areas. Do we really believe that even if the doors are opened, we won't see a continuing impact on revenue from parking, recreational activities, rentals, events, and grants, and revenue sharing from the state, for starters? And if we actually go into another Great Recession or worse, just like in 2008, building will decrease and the building department's revenue will fall, and the value of homes will decrease, resulting in decreased tax revenue. And who knows what the impact will be on our investments. Commissioner Farouche recently posted, quote, "The city is going to be facing the biggest financial challenge since the 2008 recession, probably worse. Even with a healthy fund balance, it will take everything we have just to maintain basic services," unquote. Yet this budget reflects none of this, and in fact predicts fully depleting our healthy fund balance by the 2023-24 fiscal year. If you approve this rose-colored document instead of a severely downsized budget, you are basically giving a blank check to City Hall, a blank check to continue with business as usual without bringing items to the Commission for approval once the impact of the economic shutdown is known. Business as usual plus increasing headcount is not being fiscally responsible with our money. Do not pass this budget until it has been redlined and fixed to reflect our real-world financial situation. Thank you. According to a survey by the United States Conference of Mayors, as a result of COVID-19,
Mayor, that concludes the public comment.
You're muted, Mike.
Well, that's weird. Even though I asked the question, Ms. Schwanger answered it. It's almost if I wasn't muted. So that's going to bring us to item number 4 on tonight's agenda, which is a budget executive summary. And Mr. Gillum, I suspect you're going to kick this off.
Actually, I'm going to defer to Ms. Rudd.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a 3-page executive summary that I would like to read. It's a very, 3,000-foot view of some of the major items in the budget. We will be diving deeper into them as we go through the various funds and cost centers, and also when we go through the highlight and trend section. We will come back to many of these things, these summary items that are mentioned in this letter. In January 2020, the City Commission conducted its strategic/budget planning session in advance of this budget preparation season. and also in advance of the completion of the annual capital improvement plan. The city commission and administrative staff worked on reevaluating the city goals and objectives, which are located on pages 16 through 23 for the upcoming budget year. After the adoption of the city commission goals and objectives, the interim city manager and department heads prepared these recommended budgets. The city commission has scheduled 3 budget work sessions for May 13th today, the 20th next Wednesday, and the 28th, the Thursday after that, in addition to a public hearing on June 8th prior to the city commission adopting the fiscal year 2021 budget. The 2021 budget attempts to provide for the resources that are needed to help accomplish many of the city commission's goals relayed here in the budget document. It's very important to note the projected 1920 columns and the recommended budgets for 2021 and the future years estimated budgets do not take into consideration all of the potential negative effects of COVID-19 pandemic, such as reduced state shared revenue, reduced Act 51 revenue, and future decrease in property values. It is recommended that the administration prepare proposed amendments to the budget for the city commission consideration early in the fiscal year, such as August, when we hope to have additional information related to the impact of the pandemic, and also when the new city manager is here. The interim city manager's recommended budget calls for a total millage rate of 17.8496 mills. This excludes the DDA levy on the central business district area. This is a decrease of over a quarter mil due to reductions in the Chapter 20 drain millage, a reduction in the publicity millage, and the fire debt millage. There are slight reductions on the balances of the other millages due to the Headley Act. This total reduced millage rate includes not levying the solid waste millage at the Headley maximum allowable rate for a second year. The proposed rate is 0.2477 below the maximum allowable rate on the local levy. The Headley reduction factor for next year is 0.9896, very similar to the current years. There is not a Headley reduction factor to the DDA millage. The details of the millages are on page 53 through 56 that we'll cover soon. The millage rate of 17.8496 would put the city slightly below average and slightly above the median for Oakland County cities. The rate places the city below 8 bordering cities with higher millages and above 4 bordering cities with lower millage rates. This claim is based upon the other cities' 1920 millages versus the recommended 2021 millage for the city of Royal Oak. This comparison is used at this time because the other cities have not yet adopted their budgets, and it's very difficult to go and collect that this time of year. Total city taxable value increased by 5.98%. Residential values increased 5.3%. Industrial increased 2.4%. Personal property increased 6.4%. And commercial increased 9%. And we'll go over those values on page 50 and 52 later. The spread between the 2020 state equalized value and the taxable value increased to $672 million loss, a $63 million increase from the prior year. Across all funds, the city is budgeted to receive $56.577 million in tax revenue for next year. An increase is projected of 3.7%. The increase is due to the net effect of a slight millage rate reduction for all the city tax levies and higher taxable values. The allowable inflationary rate on existing property used in the Headley reduction calculation this year is 1.9%. Total grants are budgeted at $17.3 million across all funds. This is an $8.6 million increase over the prior years. State shared revenue is budgeted to increase 1.8% based on the state of Michigan Treasury Department's published projections as of the date that's recommended budget was developed. Act 51 revenues are budgeted at $7.4 million, which is 6.2% increase relative to this year's projected revenue. Lower interest rates generated recently are significantly lower. Let me start that over. Lower interest revenue generated from significantly lower interest rates and lower fund balances due to using fund balances for operating and capital is causing the interest revenue citywide to decline $1.1 million, which is a decrease from a recent high of $3.6 million in fiscal year 18-19 and down from nearly $3 million in 19-20. This valuable source of revenue will continue to fall as fund balances decline and should not be relied upon as significant resources to help offset operating costs should the city maintain smaller fund balances. Personnel costs are increasing 6.3% or $2.86 million, mostly due to increased contributions to pension and OPEB, increasing wages. Those are contractual labor increases and increasing healthcare costs, and also the request for 7 additional positions to be added. Total full-time employees are budgeted to increase from 334 to 341. This total is down 25 positions relative to recent peak in fiscal year 2005 and 6, and we can go over those positions on page 43 when we go through those tabs, and also when we're in the individual funds and cost centers. Wages are increasing 7% or $1.897 million citywide due to citywide labor contract increases 3%, as well as step increases for newer employees who are not at the top of their scale, filling the vacant positions, and also the 7 new requested positions. Medical costs budget is increasing 14% due to the illustrative rate increasing, again, filling the vacancies that we have the current year, and the 7 new positions. The total budget provides for contributions of 100% of the normal and amortized unfunded actuarial accrued liability for the general, police, fire, pension, and OPEB systems. The additional liability to amortize is increasing the required recommended contributions by nearly $500,000. The annual required ARC for pension is required to be met by law. And we'll go over a graph on page 63 that illustrates the magnitude of the combined pension and other employment benefits OPEB contributions in the debt service that the city is funding for 2021. The graph shows that the pension and OPEB contributions declined in fiscal year 18-19, however, increased in 19-20 and are beginning to level off now at $19.7 million. The required contribution made toward paying the current year obligations do not exceed the general fund's millage revenue due to bonding and unfunded retiree healthcare liability and general employee unfunded pension liabilities. However, the contributions have been increasing since bonding due to unfavorable investment returns and more conservative assumptions used. The forecast in the budget is considered to be optimistic, providing the continuation of normal cost and amortized UAAL contribution for general, police, and fire pension members. However, an additional increase in contribution could occur in the event of stock market correction or a significant downturn at year end. Based upon city survey information from a couple of years ago related to improving the impact of overall engagement, the employee training budget increased $36,000 in an effort to improve city services. The budget includes nearly $34.8 million in capital improvements. Typically, the first year of the recently adopted CIP is incorporated into the recommended budget when funding is available. Any deviations in the recommended budget from the CIP are noted in the significant note areas within each fund cost center. The city's capital improvement budget provides $3.7 million for major road improvements, $6.7 million for local road improvements, $5.4 million for wastewater system improvements, $2.3 million for replacement motor pool fleet, which includes $782,000 for a new fire department pumper tanker, $10.7 million for the balance of the construction of the new police station, the city hall, and downtown park. $2.45 million for the continuation of the development of Normandy Oaks, $249,000 for IT equipment, $139,400 for an oven for the senior center, a condenser unit, and exercise equipment. $290,000 for a fire station 1 roof replacement, $140,000 for fire station 1 HVAC replacement, $20,000 for fire station 1 security remodel, $60,000 for fire station 2 concrete repair work, $60,000 for 18 replacement AEDs, and $90,000 for elections high-speed scanner for absentee ballot processing, $30,000 for the farmers market west porch enclosure awning, and $48,000 for police exercise equipment, and finally $875,000 for the ice arena roof and floor manning. The Community Development Block Grant Fund has budgeted $1.3 million for traffic diverters on the south end of the city, and also Lawson Park improvements. Detailed listing of the capital improvements are included in the fund cost center significant notes, the orange boxes, in this document. And the capital projects are also reported under the capital improvement tab. This budget does not call for any new debt issuances for the city, as capital projects are going to be accomplished with cash accumulated in fund balance or bond proceeds received in prior years. The city's combined water and sewer commodity rate is budgeted to increase 1.8%. Saukwa's water charge is reported to increase 3%. The letter says 3.5% because we had notice of 3.5 and then got a revised notice, and it was too late to change this. And the Oakland County Water Resource Commission is increasing the combined sewer rate, sanitary and storm disposal costs by 1.1% to the city. The city's quarterly flat rate for admin to recoup billing costs is budgeted to increase from $12 a quarter to $13 a quarter, so $4 per year. The unassigned fund balance for the general fund combined with the public safety fund is budgeted to decline in fiscal year 2021 from the current year's projected 28% of expenditures to 20%. These two funds balances are viewed as combined, since the public safety function continues to be a significant expenditure of the general fund due to the sizable annual transfer made to the public safety fund. By the last year of the forecast, year 2025, the combined fund balance is projected to be negative 17% and continue to decline each year thereafter due to the estimated annual operating deficit. Each city fund has an estimated forecast fund balance through fiscal year 2025 in the budget summary tables throughout the document. So that was on page 10, 11, and 12. Sorry, I did not flip to that on the screen. So if we can go to the let's see, let me see what page. I will flip to, for some of you, you have books, some of you don't, but page 16, as mentioned in the executive summary, through 23 has the adopted goals and objectives from the City Commission.
Mayor?
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems like before we get into the details of the budget, this might be an opportunity to talk about sort of the general scope of it, because I do not share the optimism of this budget. I think we're looking at a year when we can be confident that revenue will be down. I don't expect we will get the state revenue sharing money that we're going to get, parking tickets, event fees. We can't be sure people can pay their property taxes. I certainly am surprised to see a budget that is recommending 7 new employees and then proposing to kick the can down the road to August or September. And, I mean, I know we can budget for them and not hire them, but we could also project a more conservative budget and take another look at it later in the year and adjust it upward if my pessimism is not realized. If we are going to add employees, then I think in the rest of this presentation or in our subsequent meetings, the staff needs to demonstrate the financial benefits of hiring those employees. I mean, I will be happy if my pessimistic viewpoint is not realized, but I think we owe it to the citizens of Royal Oak to operate conservatively until we see how this plays out.
I see Mr. Gillum wants to jump in here real quick, and then Commissioner Lavasser.
Mayor and Commissioners, just let me go ahead and jump right in and tackle the issue of the 7 additional employees. Let's put this in perspective. We started working on this budget back in February. That's when department heads were asked to prepare their requests for the upcoming year. We had our actual budget meetings via Zoom last month, after the shutdown order had been in place for roughly a week or something like that. We're looking at a budget document that Ms. Rudd has been working feverishly on for the last several weeks. So I think we would all admit that the world that we're in now is much different than the world that we were in back in February. But again, that's the time that these requests and recommendations from the department heads and through my office came forward. I would indicate that my understanding in talking with several of the department heads that my approach to the budget document was a little bit different than the approach that Mr. Johnson had used previously. I heard from at least one, and I believe more of the employees, that in prior years they had brought forward a request for additional staffing, and Mr. Johnson had quashed those requests before they ever got to the commission level. My approach was a little bit different, partially because I'm the interim manager, not the full-time manager, partially because I would acknowledge that I don't have the finance background that Mr. Johnson did when he was the manager, clearly not that Ms. Rudd has as the finance director. I didn't see it as my role to pull the plug on any of the requests from any of the department heads. I took the position that this was their opportunity to make a case, that is to request the staffing that they felt they needed to be able to do the job that they thought their department should be able to do, to provide the level of service that they thought was appropriate, with the understanding that ultimately it would be the city commission who would make decision as to whether or not those spots would be filled. Again, the world is very different now than it was in February. Out of the 7 positions, and we'll go through them in more detail, I would indicate that 2 of them are positions that are currently filled on a part-time basis, and the department heads are recommending to take a part-time position, to fill that with a full-time position, and then eliminate the part-time position. As to the other positions, I think some of them, well, actually all of them, at the time they were presented, they made sense. And some of them we've talked about before. For example, the position of a facilities manager. A couple additional positions in Parks and Forestry because of the fact that Normandy Oaks is coming online. At the time that they were discussed and the time the budget document began to be put together, they all made sense. And I submit, and I'll argue with anybody over the next couple meetings, that I think a couple of them still clearly make sense, even though we're looking at harder times. The other positions, I would agree, it's going to be a question for the city commission to decide as to whether or not right now is the appropriate time to authorize or budget for those positions, whether or not it's something we ought to be looking at in 6 months or a year or something like that. As Ms. Rudd has indicated, we've been operating at a little bit of a disadvantage, or maybe even a bigger disadvantage, I guess, from her perspective, in terms of the amount of information that we've been able to get from the state. And I'm not pointing a finger at the state, but in terms of the figures that we have for revenue sharing, both on a constitutional level and on a statutory level, we only have rough estimates. Now, granted, the estimates are that those distributions are going to be down significantly. But the state is having a meeting on Friday, and they've promised that they're going to have more definite information for us next week. But I think that's why Ms. Rudd's recommendation is to go forward with the budget based upon the hard information that we have right now, recognizing that that information is going to change. And when we have more information, we'll come back with budget amendments as appropriate. And I would also indicate that in our weekly conference call, my weekly conference calls with some of the other city managers in the area, some of the communities have already adopted budgets, which raises the question is how they were able to approve budgets when they didn't have the information from the state going forward for 2021. But above and beyond that, the communities that haven't are taking the same approach that we are, to do the best we can at this time with the information we have, recognizing that as soon as we do get more definite information from the state, we'll have to come back with budget adjustments at that time.
I had Commissioner Lavasser and then Commissioner Macy.
Thank you. And I certainly appreciate that the timing of the pandemic is what it is and kind of cut right into the time that this was being prepared. So I certainly appreciate that we didn't have the benefit of knowledge of the current events when a lot of this was being developed. So I just want to put that out front. I do share Commissioner Douglas's thought process that perhaps now is not the time to budget for all of the increases that we have here, the 7 additional employees. Certainly would be open to revisiting 6 months down the road or whatever the case and say, okay, now that we've got more information about how this may impact us financially, do we have the ability to supplement the budget at that time? But I think right now our mindset should be the expectation that these are going to be hard times that we're coming upon, and not the time to budget for the additional 7. I do have a few questions, but I'll start with that one. Ms. Rudd, I know you shared an email with commissioners earlier in the day projecting the anticipated added cost to the budget of those 7 additional employees, and I'd like if you could share that with the public as well.
Yeah, Ms. Rudd, just the cost of what those 7 additional employees would be, and maybe also what the timing is. Are they expected to all start on, you know what I mean, how you budget them? Do they start, where some of them are only for the last quarter of the year, or are they assume that they'd be employed for the whole year, and what is that total?
I'm looking for it right now. Yeah, the total is about $541,000. And how we do that is we assume that's the entire year. Because what we do for the forecast is we just extrapolate on the budget year. So even if, let's say, they started, only worked 9 months of next year, I don't want that 9 months to get picked up and extrapolated into the forecast. So that's we typically always budget the entire 12 months. So our forecast isn't short. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, I think I understand. So basically the impact upon this particular budget could be less, but if we were to simply carry on into future years, that would essentially be the base. We'd have to add any type of inflationary type of cost, but that would be the basic base going into the following year, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. I do have a few other questions, and some of these you may not have at your fingertips. Some of them may be information that needs to come from other department heads. For example, I note that you referenced an increase in taxable value of 5.98%. I imagine some of that is from basic appreciation property values some is from uncapping, some is from new development. Do we have a breakdown, or would the assessor have a breakdown of which of those elements had the biggest impact upon that increase in taxable value?
Yeah, there's a breakdown. There's a page we're going to go over in the trend section that might satisfy that question.
Okay.
For you.
I'll wait at that time. I'm presuming that the assessor is either listening in or will be asked if that's not clearly defined later on. With regard to the grants that are here, and I know that we're certainly expecting that there'll be some reduction in funds that we get from other governmental entities. Do we have a sense of how much of those grants are discretionary from, say, the state versus constitutionally mandated?
Like, for instance, on the state shared revenue, yeah, there's a breakdown on a page in the trend section. I'll stop there once we get there and make sure I point it out.
Okay, I appreciate it. And if I'm understanding, we're anticipating about $2 million less in interest revenue this year as opposed to this past year, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Yeah, that's based on drawing down fund balance. And also, after the COVID-19 pandemic hit, interest rates on the CDs plummeted from, we were, up to 280 basis points to 80 basis points. So that is a significant part of the reduction.
Yeah. And just so everyone's understanding, everyone who's maybe watching, basically we have our funds and they're put into short-term investments that have relatively modest interest rate of return. If I'm understanding correctly, and this past year, the revenue was projected to be roughly $3 million. The fiscal year that we're just finishing up now, but we're anticipating, because of those two combinations of things, lower fund balances and lower interest rates of return, that we're going to lose about $2 million of revenue, if I'm summarizing that correctly.
Correct.
All right. The capital improvements, but the monies are budgeted there. I'm wondering if there's some aspect of that may be delayed. For example, certainly if there's going to be something that if we don't attend to is going to lead to greater costs down the road, we should want to address that. I'm wondering if there's something that we may be able to squeeze some additional value, delay an expense by a year, something of that nature. That's something that probably each of the department heads may have to address, but I'm wondering if you have any further insights into that.
As it relates to both the major and local road funds, they are in very good condition. So once we get some sort of idea of the impact of our Act 51 revenue, we could make a call on that. But right now, those funds are in pretty good condition. As to the water and sewer fund, we've always baked in $5 million approximately. I'm just going to use round numbers right now for capital improvement, and we've just continued that. If that's something where the city commission would like to lower water and sewer rates, the city engineer would have to, I guess, advise on that. Because there are some situations where we are doing road work and we certainly want to get to the water mains at that time and certain situations, rather than doing a road and 5 years later, 3 years later, we have to dig it up to, work on or to replace the water main. So there's those types of situations as well. So, outside of that, and really honestly, I appreciate your questions. I think we could probably talk about those when we're in each of those funds, because then we have the numbers right there in the fund summaries and the fund projections, as well as the capital improvements listed, and it'd probably be easier to talk about at that time.
Okay.
As well as have the city engineer online as well.
Thank you. I have just two other questions with regard to the summary here. The first has to do with the quarterly billing for the water and sewage charge going up $1. It's not a lot of money, but I'm wondering if there was some analysis done that indicated that the cost of sending out a bill is $13 versus $12.
Yeah, what we try to do is we try to allocate as much of the flat or fixed fees to that quarterly charge, just to try to make the costs more representative as to what it costs us. So actually, what we've been doing is kind of doing a catch up. That flat fee has always really been a little lower than what our true cost to do a billing is. So we're trying to just catch up a little. So what happens is we recoup more money on the quarterly, and then on the commodity fee, it goes up less. So that 1.8% on the commodity that we're suggesting as an increase, that could have been, 1.9% instead. So
Okay.
we don't increase that as much because we're recouping more on the quarterly. So we're just trying to balance out to make the billing methodology a little more fair.
All right, but this is a reflection of the administrative costs, the postage, the paper, the printing, and the labor that goes into getting those bills out. And I'm just
Correct.
Wondering, to what degree those numbers were crunched and we came up with 13 instead of 12. If some of those basic numbers could be shared with us.
Sure.
I think when we get to that enterprise fund, we can talk about that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm not necessarily asking for it right this moment. It's just, I'd like to have a better understanding. For a lot of folks, they'll look at it and they'll just scratch their head. Gee, it doesn't seem like it should cost $12 or $13 to send out a water bill. And so I want to kind of understand that and be able to justify it if it's justifiable.
Yes.
The last thing is, if I'm understanding correctly, we're anticipating that we're going to burn through the fund balances much quicker than we anticipated a year ago, if I'm understanding it correctly. Is that your assessment as well?
Yes.
Right, and that's made without factoring in concerns pertaining to COVID-19?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, and Commissioner Macy, and then Commissioner Perush.
Okay, I've kind of gotten a little far away from where I wanted to start with this. I want to go back to what Mr. Gillen was saying and Ms. Rudd about the preparation of this budget, and just say that actually I really appreciate the way that this was done. Rather than having department heads flash at random once we realized that there was a pandemic of unknown impact on our city, they laid out the budget that they knew at the time, and this is a policy decision in terms of what we were going to cut and what we're going to continue to pay for going forward. And I appreciate that they left that to us, and I appreciate what Mr. Gillen said about I've wondered in years past why it is that we never have to cut anything that comes in front of us, and it's because there's been a lot of upfront cutting from Mr. Johnson, who had a very strong finance background. But some of those decisions are really policy decisions. And I appreciate that they're in front of us and that we can talk them out and make this right decision for the city. And I think there are going to be some cuts this year, given the situation that we're in. But I want to remind us that we're not only at the mercy of the economic needle, we're part of creating how that needle moves. We are a local government, and we have this money that we put away in our fund balance. So for just such a time, we put it away for a rainy day, and it's here now. I'm not saying that we should then go spend lots of extra money that we haven't been spending in the past, but I think we should be able to maintain and continue to improve our services from year to year. Okay, that said, I do have a few little questions about the executive summary from Ms. Rudd. One was about could you give us an example of what approximately is the interest rate that we're getting on that general fund balance?
Well, new CDs are probably around 80 basis points. Currently, no, we've got CDs that we invested prior to the pandemic that we're getting, it just depends on what day you invest, up to 280 basis points, which is 2.8%. And we're restricted on how we can invest those monies by a state act. So, they can't go into the stock market or anything like that. They have to be put into pretty secure investments. And so that's why you see the lower interest rates. But yeah, rates plummeted once the pandemic began. So what I'm doing is just assuming that the rates continue to be low. I mean, they took a while to get back to where they are or where they were back in February. As you know, rates were very, very low for many years. So
yeah, I mean, I think we've discussed in the past how keeping the money in such a low interest rate, and it's a fairly large pot of money that we're keeping at a low interest rate, is maybe not the best use of the money that we have, and there's other places that it could be put to use. So I was just curious about, seems like at this stage it's an even worse place to be keeping that money. I had emailed earlier today. I don't know. Are we talking about all the 7 employees right now?
no,
Okay.
no. We'll do that when we get into each fund and each cost center.
Okay. And then I had a general question about the capital improvement plan, which I don't know if this is the right time or not, but this is maybe for Mr. Filipski about in this capital improvement plan, there's a lot of these kind of water main type things. Is this sewer line replacement that we're required to do built into this budget? Will I see that somewhere? I didn't quite figure out where that was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. When we get into the enterprise funds, if you don't mind, we will show you that in the significant notes
Yes,
as a project. Or is there something you wanted to note this evening about it?
No, it just seemed like we were going far afield, so I was going to ask all my questions too, but I can wait.
Yeah. The executive summary, we will touch on everything. All these general remarks I made in the executive summary, we will see them again, either tonight, next week, or the week after.
Okay, I'm good then. I'll wait.
Okay. And Mayor, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Hopefully it'll make everyone feel just a little better about this budget document. Actually, we start this document and this budget process back in November. There's 2 people that work on that, an analyst and me. And we start with the capital improvement plan and sending out requests back in November, and we accumulate them in December. And in December, January, we work on putting the capital improvement plan together. In addition to, we start the personnel costing. We have to do this in pieces because this document cannot be done overnight with the staff that are allotted to work on this. So we work on the personnel costing, which is, and we do budgeting from the ground zero. Okay, we just don't add 3%. We budget every position, all the costs for that position. We just don't slap percentage increases on individuals. So then in February, we roll out the operating budget to people after we have 6-month numbers. So at least they have 6-month current year numbers to look at to project their current year's estimated final numbers. And then they have an idea, okay, these are my numbers probably for this year. And so this is what I'll need next year. So it takes a very long time to put this document together. If we just did numbers and we provided you just lines of numbers, we probably could have reacted and done something different quickly like that. But since there's a lot of narrative in this and a lot of linking to Excel spreadsheets, it's just not possible to turn around that quickly. This document with all those changes. So, that's one reason why this document looks like it is. And like Commissioner Lavasser said, the timing of this for municipalities with a July 1 fiscal year, it couldn't be worse. In addition, once we get to the general fund, especially, it kind of worked out in a good way as well, because you're seeing what our forecast looks before the COVID-19. So if this document was merged with, what was kind of going on plus COVID, you might not be able to decipher what's the impact on COVID and how bad, did the forecast look prior to that. So at least with this document, you kind of see, at least for the general fund, only a small impact, and we'll go over that, that's incorporated into the general fund of COVID-19. But I thought that was the one positive, was you would be able to see that. And then we can talk about, if you would like, we can make our own assumptions on, state shared revenue reductions or some other line items we have in the general fund budget. And we certainly can adjust them down for any assumptions that the city commission would like to make. I just don't like making assumptions based on not knowing any information from the state. But if the commission feels like they could agree upon an assumption and I could reduce the state shared revenue, we certainly can do that and alter the resolution that's or the proposed resolution that's here in the document. And then on June 8th, you would adopt a different resolution that had the lower grant money. So that's also a possibility. But the problem is you're going to have to guess, make an assumption, unless the state can provide some information in the meantime to us. So hopefully that helps to explain why you're looking at what you're looking at.
Real quick, Mr. Rowe, we're going to have Commissioner Perush and then Commissioner Dubak.
There we go. My question was very similar to a comment that Commissioner Laster made about the capital improvements. I think when we're looking at adjusting this budget going forward, whether it's a significant amount based upon new information that we get about state shared revenues, or even in the future in August, if that's when the adjustments have to be made, I think we have to be sure that we're looking at not only the personnel costs and the individual positions within each department, but also the capital improvements. One that jumps out, for example, is the cost of a new fire engine, which is in the fire department budget of $780,000. That would be a one-time expense if we were to purchase that fire engine this year. But that's the cost of 10 positions right there. So, and I know that that's a one-time cost, and if you add positions, then that's an ongoing cost in subsequent years. But I think we have to pay just as much attention to the capital improvement requests as to the personnel requests, because a lot of them are fairly significant, and they tend to kind of go under the radar sometimes when you're just focused on personnel. But the capital costs for running the city are pretty significant when you talk about equipment, not only for fire and police, but also for DPW and so on and so forth. And some of those are going to be absolutely essential in order to keep the system operating. But on the other hand, there might be opportunities to defer some of those expenses a year or two down the road, depending upon how the department head feels about each individual capital improvement item. So I just wanted to be sure that the commission is focused and the community is focused not only on the personnel costs, but also the hardware type costs that go into making the city operational as we go forward. So that was my only comment. Other than that, I think I understand the basic information that's presented in this budget letter, but we're going to get into it a lot more detailed as we go into the individual departments, and that's where I'll have more individual questions.
Commissioner Dubak.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Rudd. I know how much work you and your team put into this, and the entire staff. To have a wrench thrown into it like the COVID-19 crisis, I know is creating significant increase in work for you and everyone. So we'll be as patient as we can, working together to try and get this right. I just wanted to say off the bat, I appreciate where the thinking was at and adding the new positions. Obviously, we need to be extremely cautious about new hires. If belt tightening is necessary in the next year or two, we don't want to be bringing folks on and then having really difficult conversations throughout. But that being said, I think as always, we have to consider value in the entire context of the budget. And there's positions that have to be filled in order to guarantee public safety or the preservation of our infrastructure, which has a value that can depreciate more and more quickly and create greater expenses down the road if we don't properly maintain it. The money has to be spent now or then. Do we spend a little bit now or a lot more then? We need to have a broader, more thoughtful conversation than just money's tight. We're not going to do what we need to do to maintain our city. So I'm happy to walk through those one by one as we get to those items. But particularly when it comes to public safety and the quality of life for our residents, we have to consider what we need to invest in. One thing caught my eye so far, and I know we're going to get to walk us through general fund, right, and we'll dig in on that, but you just had an overview of revenues and expenses across all funds. And so compared to last year's actuals, this budget has total revenues going up $4 million and total expenditures across all funds going down $2 million. So that's a $6 million swing that I'm seeing across all funds. I know that the devil's in the details, but is that a function of you bringing us this budget that's a little bit tight? Is it tighter on the spending side? With total expenditures going down $2 million from last year?
Yeah, a lot of that could be number one, capital. That's always, not always, but that typically can cause large swings. And I don't really too much analyze it on all funds. I kind of mentioned that I think before. I kind of put that in the budget because pretty much it's a requirement for the MGFOA. I don't look at it that way. I get into the significant notes and look at it by funding source, because really, to me, that is what matters, is because we don't have a big pot of money that we can just spend on everything. We have these dedicated funding sources, and we have to, for instance, on major roads, only spend our major road money on major roads. So, but to answer your question, this budget is, prior to COVID, much more conservative. I'm shoring up the revenues to where we really think they're going to come in, and also the expenditures as well, relative to prior years. We've been shoring that up year after year and getting closer and closer. So it is more conservative, meaning closer to how we really think the numbers will come in as actuals.
Prior to the current crisis, right?
Correct. Yes.
So I think Commissioner Lavasser actually touched on this a little bit. Going forward, it'd be great to get into a little bit more detail about where there's $4 million in projected increase in revenues. Are those in the enterprise funds? Was that tax collection? Was that in an anticipated increase in state revenue sharing? And to get a better view of how much of that is likely to disappear this year or taper off in the coming years would be really helpful. But that's all for now. Thank you.
Ms. Rudd, I have a question for you, or maybe just sort of a series of questions, because I know we kind of dove right into the details here, asking a lot of questions about headcounts and CapEx and, whether a $12 or $13 water bill rate is appropriate. But I want to take a step back and really just try to make sure we're all on the same page with the numbers at a 10,000 foot level. When I look at it, like Commissioner Dubuck mentioned, the 4 and 2 million swing equaling 6 on sort of everything, including the enterprise funds. If I go to really what we're primarily charged with from a, where we find ourselves in trouble, I look at the general fund and I look at the public safety fund. Okay. And when I see there, like when we net it up, there's about a $3.9 million hole in the proposed budget. 2.937 million in the general fund and 982,000 in the public safety fund. I just add them together, and I'm looking at, for those two operating funds, about a $3.9 million hole for this year, where we're eating into fund balance. Am I misreading that, or I just want to make sure I'm correct in my math here?
That's correct.
Okay. When I look at our expenditures, when I look at the positions, or when I look at, what we really have in those funds, there's three primary things that are going to make or break our budget. Obviously, revenue being paramount. It's never an expenditure issue. It's always a revenue issue. All right. So revenue is going to make you or break you no matter what. And then within our expenses, we really have personnel, which are predominantly, or personnel related expenses are predominantly most of our expenses, along with CapEx. And those are the two things that, we can at least have some tweaks. Do we hire? Do we not hire? Do we defer CapEx? Do we not defer CapEx? How does that help or hurt our cash position? How does that manifest itself back in the various fund balances? When I look at the people like expenses, and I see that, between the two funds, we're spending roughly $49 million in expenditures budgeted. The 541,000 for the 7 additional headcount, just to put it into context, we're talking about roughly, 1 to 1.5% of our entire expenses. So I'm not saying we don't have to belt tighten, but, it's important that we look at every opportunity, but we also have to consider the fact that, we have a certain number of firefighters, we have a certain number of police officers, we have a certain number of DPS. We put in Normandy Oaks, we put in some things, and we want to make sure that, in the long run, we're going to exit this COVID thing, and it's going to take a few years, hopefully only a few years, to kind of get back level set municipalities. And that's why we have a healthy fund balance. I personally don't like the idea of having a $3.9 million hole. I think we have to look, but even if you take the 541,000 out, we still had a $3.5 million hole to fill, on top of the fact that we haven't, analyzed any sensitivity to revenues. We can look at a bulk of which are property tax, right? If we get zero state shared revenue, yes, that's going to hurt, but it wouldn't be as bad as like we saw in 2009, 10, 11, where, property values dropped and revenues were just decimated, which makes it hard to do anything. So the question I have is, and I see Mr. Geierman is on the call, or in the meeting as well. Just 10,000 foot level, no details, but just more of a sense of, if we saw overall in the marketplace like a 10% drop in property value, meaning if my house was worth 200,000 and now it's worth 180,000 because of a slowing economy. Does our property tax revenue in the first year or two necessarily go down by that? Because my understanding is you have people under Prop A that are still, their assessed values could actually grow because they've been in their homes for a long time. So while the property values overall drop, the taxable value and assessed values aren't always equal. So is there any sense of, have you guys done any sensitivity calculations to suggest, like, if we see a 10-20% drop, what does that mean in terms of our revenue? Just out of the gate. You don't have to give a specific number, but is it higher? Is it lower than what we see in the marketplace? And I don't know, Mr. Geierman, you can answer that, or Ms. Rudd.
Well, first, Mayor, I'd like to just mention that we will not see any change in our property tax revenue this year, because it was as of values of December, end of December of 2019. So, however, depending on what happens with the market, from this point on until the end of the year, we will see some effects for fiscal year 21-22. Mm-hmm. And it's just, what is the degree of that? What we typically don't see are headly reductions when we have taxable value that's not increasing by the rate of inflation. So, that's one favorable thing to tax revenue is we probably won't see a heavy reduction, but if you look back and after what happened in 2000, and was it, what year was it? 2009, I think it was. There's a little bit of a delay, yep. For sure. but yeah, it's to what degree, there's the high unemployment now. Then, what degree are we going to get bankruptcies? And then what degree are we going to see a housing crisis? We just don't know.
Right, but I guess my question is if you see a 10% drop in residential or commercial property values, do you automatically see a 10% drop in revenue? From what I'm hearing, definitely not the first year because the assessments are locked in from December. But, as a lag, if they went down and then went back up or went down, I would imagine that, the math is not 1-to-1. That because, if you lived in your house and your property value went down, but it's still higher than your assessed value, then you're still going to pay. We're still going to collect that money, and it's not a 1-for-1. So, I'm just thinking in the back of my mind, because we all have to be thinking sensitivity here on the revenue side. We can look at expenses, but the expenses are only, what we decide and budget for, and the expenses are only a function of our revenue and being, the sensitivity to that revenue. If we see a 20% drop in revenue, we're not going to get that back, and we have to start cutting everywhere. But if we know in the next couple of years that we could see a swing of, if we estimate property values are going to go down by 10 or 20 or 5%, we have an idea of what that means in terms of future revenues. I think that'd be helpful to understand a little bit because, to me, when I look at all these expenses, yes, I agree with staff a lot. We're already at lower numbers than we had historically been over a decade. And work needs to get done. Things need to get done. And, we have a healthy fund balance to help us get these things done. But if it's not sustainable, if we see further revenue drops and further decreases in revenue, we got to come up with a new solution. It's just not sustainable to eat away at the fund balance. I feel it's okay to eat away at it for a couple of years. That's what it's there for. But if we see revenues, going down significantly, it's going to be an issue. Commissioner Perush.
A couple of pages into the document, there's a chart on it's on 52 of the hard copy of the document. I don't know where it is. Might be the same on the screen image. It's called Proposal of the Affected Moral. It shows the assessed value and the taxable value and the loss and the loss increase starting in the year 2002 going forward to the present time. And then it has a chart at the bottom, taxable value and loss impact on assessed value. So I think maybe when we get to that page, we'll have some at least visuals and some numbers, which at least will give us a historic perspective of how, especially how the drop in the real estate market in 2008 and 2009 impacted our revenue. And perhaps at that point in time, we can talk about it in a little bit more specifics. And maybe at that point in time, Mr. Geierman will be able to explain this in a little bit more detail. But to me, because I need charts, the charts on this page were helpful in helping me understand kind of where we fit into the bigger picture historically as to how this has kind of gone up and down. So I'm just throwing that out there as we've got some resources in the document ahead of us that I think will help us explain the questions that you just had, Mike.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think we'll go in detail. I just want to make sure we're very cognizant that, anything that any of the expenditures, even if you cut 541,000, you still have 3.5 million. And if your revenues go down by 10%, you're now at, another 4.9 million you got to find a hole for. It's very, every expenditure is totally tied to our expectations of revenue. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So page 24 and the next several pages is the resolution that's being proposed. And certainly what we mentioned before, if right here under grants, under general fund, the $6.294 million, we can discuss that number and, make it an adjustment prior to, the public hearing. If the commission feels better about reducing that based on some sort of assumptions or any information that the state of Michigan can provide us. So we have the general fund and all the special revenue funds here. These numbers in here are supported by all the information in the budget document. We only officially adopt the general fund and the special revenue funds. Everything after the 200s, we do not officially adopt in a resolution. Resolution number 2 provides for the millage rates that we will talk about once we get into each of the various funds. I do want to point out here that, again, the public safety millage and road millage are to be levied on the winter tax bill, so that is some relief. Generally speaking, cities collect their revenue in the summer on that summer tax bill. And when the public safety millage and the road millage were approved by the voters, the language provided and allowed us to put that on the winter tax bill. So hopefully that is some help. The third resolution, this authorizes the 1% administration fee. This fee goes into the general fund and it supports the treasury and assessing functions. And then the fourth resolution, water and sewer rates. We will discuss that next week or the week after in detail. And then purchases, resolution number 5. This authorizes the city to incur utility, postage, and other types of expenses that are regulated by monopoly or sole source without going through the authorization process for other types of costs. This exact same language as the current fiscal year. Purchasing, again, resolution number 6. What that provides for is no purchases over $10,500 to be made without the city commission approval, and that's why you see the PO letters. In addition, public works or improvements costing more than $25,000 shall be awarded to responsible bidders in competition. Resolution number 7, again, looks the same as the current fiscal year. It authorizes the finance director to transfer 25% of major street money over to local streets, which at this time does not look necessary. And it also allows me, again, this is not the first year, administratively to transfer between line items within an appropriation center. All other transfers between funds have to be made by the city commission. So basically what that means is when you go and you look at, these are appropriation centers. So for instance, the public safety of, I think, if I'm $1.5 million. I can move money within line items within that $1.5 million. I am not authorized to take money here and move it up to general government or any other area here or any other fund. So only within the line item that you are approving the budget at. And then let me get back down to that page here. The financial policies, just requesting to reaffirm all the existing financial policies as they exist. On pages, I believe that begins on page 32. So the budget procedures, I will not go over. I think you guys are pretty familiar with that. And then here's the calendar to give you kind of an idea of the budget process and the timing. Financial organization chart shows you how our funds are structured. Again, these, the general fund and the special revenue funds are the only ones we officially adopt the budget for. And then pages 33 through 41 are the various policies, financial related. We are just asking you to reaffirm these. There was really no changes made. When the new city manager comes in, there may be some recommendations at that time, but I just didn't think it was worth asking to change them at this point prior to a new city manager coming in. So then city org chart, give you an idea of the hierarchy and the layout of the various departments. And then page 43, finally here, we have the position comparisons from year to year with the various departments. And this is where you'll see, and this is not the only time you're going to see it. You're going to see it also when we get into each fund and cost center, but the history and where the additions are requested. So again, addition of 7, and you can see a little bit of history. What you don't see here is our peak in 2005 and 2006. And I believe that was 25 additional positions over the 341 that's being asked for in this budget. And if I could just make a comment as well, what I tell people when they're preparing their recommended budget, I tell people, tell the city manager and the city commission what you need, and they can decide if they want to fund it. Because if we don't tell you what we need, how will you know? So that's why I like to reflect rather than just saying, okay, I know I'm not going to get the position or, there's budget cuts. At least we're telling you, okay, we need these positions and this is why. And this is our opportunity because we really don't have an opportunity throughout the rest of the year that's better than at this point of the year. So, that's on me. I tell people that, and that's probably why you're seeing these positions come out. But at least then the city manager knows. And then also the city commission is aware of what the needs are. Doesn't mean they're going to get granted. Same with the capital improvement plan. I tell people it doesn't mean it's going to be funded, but we need to tell the city manager, the community, and the city commission what we think we need, and they can make the decision whether they're going to fund it. So that's just a little bit of background and probably why you're seeing 7 positions, or a big reason why you're seeing 7 positions here.
Commissioner Lavasser.
Thank you. I just have a few questions about this section. Looking at page 25 of the budget, there's a couple different line items for the DDA. One is tax incremental fund, one is operational fund. And could you explain just a little bit what the differences between those two are? Is it different sorts of the funds, or is it something else?
Sure. Yeah, we have 2 different funds. We have the TIF fund, and basically the tax incremental fund of the $11 million dollars you see there. That is for the district, and that's only the incremental revenue. So of course, when things are capped at a certain level, all that money goes to the regular taxing millages and authorities, and then any growth beyond that is the capture. So that's what they're capturing in the DDA zone is the it's actually, that's the expenditure side. It's about $4.5 million now, I think. They're using a lot of fund balance. That's why that's high at $11 million. But the revenue is about $4.5 million. And we'll get to that exact number later on.
So $4.5 million is revenue and the rest is fund balance.
Correct, as a funding source. And then the DDA operating fund, that's the millage that we're going to get to probably pretty quickly. We'll be talking about that millage. That's the small millage of about 1.6 mils that we're allowed to levy for operating purposes. And that only generates, as you see there, around $70,000. And that's at 1.6 mil, and that's just for the DDA district. The rest of the city does not have that levy.
The taxable value for that portion, is it the taxable value that predates the formation of the DDA, or is this including what would normally be the part that the tip comes from?
Well, all the capture goes into the incremental fund.
Okay, so we have that, the millage, a good chunk of what's generated by the millage itself is in the incremental fund, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Is in that smaller fund, yes. All the capture is in the first fund that you see there, the tax incremental fund. 100% of the capture.
Okay.
Goes there.
And that's based on all of the millages that the city
and other taxing authorities, not the school, but other taxing authorities. You know, like the library could exempt themselves out of that, but they don't.
Yeah, I guess my question is whether that capture includes that 1 point, and forgive me, I don't remember the exact number, 1.6 mils.
No, that 1.6 mils generates around the $70,000 there that you see in that second, because it's only taxing the DDA section. The rest of the city does not get that levy. Yeah, and you know, this might when we get to that page might help laying out the different villages.
Yeah, it just seems like a small amount to if it's not being applied to that portion of taxable value that the TIF is applying to. It just seems like a small amount, but we'll get to it when we get to it. So I'll move on. A couple more questions on the resolutions. Looking at page 27, I see that we're proposing a 1/2 of 1%, essentially late fee if people don't pay their taxes by July 31st, or at least don't pay half of it by that date, and October 31st as well. And I'm wondering to what degree do we have the ability to change that and say do 1/4 of 1% instead of 1/2 of 1% for that initial period of time?
I think we can probably change that as a matter of policy if there are problems, like, right? Or can we make an amendment just like we do the amounts, Ms. Rudd?
No, I believe Dave, you might want to comment on Mr. Gillum, but this language is in the charter.
Oh.
This is the language we found in the charter, correct, Dave? Your opinion is we couldn't change it without a charter amendment?
Yeah, I'd have to double check, but that was my reaction too. I think this was in the charter. So,
okay. All right. So it may not be practical in this budget if it is in fact in stone in the charter. All right. Looking at resolution 6 on page 28, in the part that talks about commission approval, I'd like this to read prior approval instead of just approval. And as the commission knows, there's been a number of times where I've felt that staff has brought us things to simply rubber stamp after we've already incurred the expense. So that's my thought there with regard to something that I think should be included in that particular resolution.
You're going to repeat that, Commissioner? I'm going to page 28. Sorry, my PDF thing is scrambling for me here on this other screen. What resolution?
Resolution 6, second paragraph, second line, where it says that the commission will any expenditure of over $10,500 be made with approval of the city commission. I would like that to be prior approval of the city commission.
All right.
I don't.
Where I have my cursor, right here. Can you see that? Commissioner Lavasser, that's where you want prior inserted?
That is correct.
Well, I don't think that staff has ever brought us any expenditure that they've already made, unless, they brought it to us to approve. They may have gone out and bid stuff, and we may have made a decision to say, hey, we want to change this contract, and they've come back with the amounts. I don't know, does that create a hazard for like our city engineer where we have contract modifications? I think we want to make sure that the language doesn't encumber their ability to do the work they need to do. Is that just a linguistic thing, Ms. Rudd, Mr. Gillum, or do you see any real issues? I don't see. I mean, everything that we've approved, we've either approved the decision with estimates, and then when the contract comes in, we approve the amount, and then the contract gets paid. I'm trying to figure out where, we have this problem where our staff has agreed to something, and if they have, and it hasn't been approved, then the contractor risks not getting paid.
Well, there's a number of things that I've noted and I've made comment on during public comment. I believe the most recent one was an additional 40,000 or so to architects pertaining to city center project, where if I recall it correctly, we were basically told, hey, we've already incurred we've already benefited from the service that's already been incurred, the expense that's already been incurred. We just need you, City Commission, to approve paying out those additional funds. And there's going to be other instances. I know I've made an issue of this at least 2-3 times in the last couple of years, where it felt that we were being asked to rubber stamp an expense rather than being inquired upon in advance prior to that expense being incurred.
Yeah, I'll just say on that one, sorry, Raina, I just want to make sure we're clear on this one, thing as an example, because I hear what you're saying, but remember, it wasn't a rubber stamp. I mean, we as a commission voted to make changes which the architect had to, perform, and you don't know, you get estimates of what those are going to be. So, I mean, we can't, then what you're basically asking is like, do we approve contracts based on estimates? Well, what happens if they're under? If he said estimated $50,000 and it came in at 40, then we would have just paid $50,000 versus, holding them to a quote that, could be less. And so, I mean, it's not that we're rubber stamping. It's like when your spouse goes to the grocery store and you say, can you get eggs? And, we approve the purchase of eggs, and they come back and they bring home the eggs and it's $2, and, maybe you thought it was $1.90 or $2.10, but, you made the decision to get eggs. So I just want to make sure that, Mr. Gillum, I mean, if we put that language in there, a lot of the work that we do are sometimes based on, quotes and estimates, and then the final tally comes in. And as long as, and in our contracts, we usually have, caps and things like that, but I don't want to start approving contracts for the maximum amount. It seems like that's changing how we contract if we have to get an amount approved prior. We can have estimates approved, which we do in this case that Commissioner Lavasser references. Any thoughts on that?
Well, the issue, as I recall, has come up primarily where the City Commission has authorized work to be done or additional services, but we haven't had a dollar figure at the time that the work has been authorized. And then the work is performed, and then we come back to the City Commission to get approval to pay for the work that has been done pursuant to the authorization from the Commission. So, I mean, it would seem to me, if anything, maybe what we need to do is to tighten up the practice and make sure that we have a dollar figure on the front end, or at least an estimate of the work, the cost of the work, before it actually gets approved.
And I think that's, I mean, and I believe in most cases we have, and if we haven't in certain cases, it might just be for stuff that is already within the contract, reasonable for the hours and things like that. And we would have our legal remedies. If all of a sudden he came back and instead of charging us 40, was trying to charge us 400, we would, obviously take issue to that and say, no, that's not appropriate. I want to see the hours you worked, and, are you raking us over the coals? So I don't want, my fear is that you put the prior in there, and albeit well-intentioned, you could end up paying more for everything. So I want to make sure, maybe you're right, where we put in the policy, and I don't know how much Commissioner Lavasser feels, whenever a decision's made, if there's a financial element that, it has to have an estimate from the proposed contractor on, that we can see. I'm sure for this one, our staff didn't do it blindly. They got numbers. that it's presented to us, so we know that we're within a range. I just don't want to pre-approve something at 50,000 before the work's been done, and we have to write a check for 50,000 when it took half the amount of time that the contractor expected. And we have the issue with emergencies too. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gillum. And
The other comment I was going to make is, Commissioner Levasseur, this is another issue where the language of the charter might come into play. Because I did pull up the charter. Let me jump my screen here, and the language specifically in the charter says that no purchase shall be made in excess of the purchasing limitation without the approval of the city commission. There is no prior in the city charter. So again, I'm not saying that we necessarily couldn't do it, but I would like to have a chance to take a closer look at the question before we actually start amending the resolutions.
I appreciate that, and I'm ready to move on. I've got a couple other thoughts and comments on this section of the budget here, so I'm ready to move on. Ms. Rudd, I understand it's quite an undertaking to put the budget together. I do know on page 31, putting together a calendar talks about sharing the proposed budget documents in mid-May. I'd like to see it to be our goal or objective to get it out to commissioners a bit earlier and get it to the public a bit earlier, simply so that it's a little bit easier to prepare for the meeting for the commissioners. I mean, fortunately, you know, my company is not doing a whole heck of a lot these days with the shutdown in the economy. So that provided me with ample time the last couple of days to look at the budget. But generally speaking, it would really be helpful for commissioners, and I suspect for the public as well, to get the documents a little bit further in advance. And so, you know, to the degree that you think practical, I'd like to see that date changed for next year.
Commissioner Levasseur, are you willing to fund her additional finance person request to make that happen?
We'll get to there.
Okay.
On page 35, there's a reference to the debt, essentially a debt limit of 10% of taxable value. I know this has been an issue of contention the last few years, and my understanding is that the charter provides for a 5% limit on assessed value, not taxable value, but assessed value, or some language that equates to that. And I know that we're in excess of that 5% right now. We're under 10%, but we're in excess of the 5%. I don't anticipate that we're going to be borrowing funds or selling more bonds in the short term, but I'd like to see us move in that direction of getting back to honoring the charter's 5% and not simply relying upon the state of Michigan's 10% limit. Page 38, this is a little ticky-tacky, but at the very bottom of the first column, I suspect the very last line should say 270 days. I presume that that's the measure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like it was eliminated there.
And then turning to page 43, and a couple additional positions that our Department of Public Service is looking for. It sounds like the basis is essentially Normandy Oaks. We had the discussion in the past as far as revenues from the new development that surrounds that being used for maintaining parks, and would simply like to see what dollar figures we're expecting in this calendar year, this fiscal year, I should say, that's coming from that development. Yeah, and I don't expect you're going to have that answer offhand, but that would probably be for the assessor to, you know, tell us what the assessed value, the taxable value of those parcels are, and what revenue that generates versus it being tax exempt previously when it was city owned.
Might have it because I emailed earlier asking the same.
Commissioner Macy, you had your hand up?
Yeah, but now we've moved past it.
Okay. Alrighty, I just want to remind everyone, do a quick time check. It's 8 o'clock already, and I know the beginning is usually a little tougher to get these things started. We do have Chief Cummins and we do have Chief O'Donoghue on the line, and we want to make sure that, you know, we cover in great detail the most important, you know, aspect of our city, which is our public safety. I realize, you know, folks have some questions, and I think for some of the smaller stuff, you know, like when we're talking anything under 100 grand, we probably get those questions emailed to Ms. Rudd ahead of time and then get the answers and then decide, you know, when we're actually having the budget discussion, what we should do. But I think right now we have two primary focuses this evening that we have to get to. Ms. Rudd, so if you don't mind, I'm going to go back to Ms. Rudd and I'm going to see if we can get quickly through some of this stuff here. And unless there's a real material question, I suggest that we listen, process, digest, follow up later tomorrow with questions we have, and make sure we afford enough time here with our chiefs to go over the most important line items in our city's budget.
Okay, on page 50, under the trends section, you will find the breakdown between residential, commercial, industrial, and personal property. And you will see that total 5.98% increase. And then Commissioner Lavasser, you will see the increases by category there from the prior year. Is that what you were looking for? You wanted to see that breakdown?
Not exactly. We know that the taxable value on existing homes that have not undergone a sale in the past year would be 1.9%. So we saw that the overall taxable value increased by almost 6%. For my home, which I've owned since 2002, and for most folks who've owned their properties for quite a while, the increase was 1.9%. So the rest of that 5.98% had to come from uncapping of some homes and new construction, other instances. And I was just trying to get a feel for the numbers there. And again, that's something that I suspect our assessor may have to dig in and give us the answer there. But that's kind of the question I had.
Yeah, I might be able to tell you what additions were. Yeah, additions were 97.6 million. I believe, but we can look that up and see if we can get that to you on the next or before the next meeting. Sorry, I just need to make a note. Okay. Okay, page 52 shows the history of the spread between assessed value and taxable value back to 2002. And basically on Prop A, what type of loss we're seeing based on the new methodology for applying the millage rate. And you can see assessed value versus taxable for the next fiscal year is 672 million. And then the loss is 63 million between the 609 million loss last year and the 672 million loss for next year. Then here is the history and also the breakdown of the proposed millage rates. I'll go through these real quickly. The general operating for the general fund That 6.989 is the Headley max authorized amount. The publicity fund decreasing slightly only because we are not allowed to collect more than $50,000 off this millage. And so that had to be brought down slightly to 0.016. The solid waste combined state and local levies, what you're seeing here is proposed at 2.5595. This is not the maximum authorized levy on the local levy. So again, that is reduced almost by a fifth from the maximum allowable. We did this last year. You can see here the 2.6275, that was a quarter of a mil lower than the maximum allowable. And that is, it's almost a quarter of a mil again proposed. Once we get to solid waste, and I was hoping after public safety, if we could jump to solid waste, if we have the time, to talk about what the language that's in the significant notes box, because there's an opportunity here to lower it additional amount if you'd like, rather than keeping it a little lower each year into the forecast. You can push that forward a bit if you want to, try to bring the millage rate down even further because of the situation that we're in now.
Ms. Rudd, I had a question for you related, just real quick before I forget, on the public safety millage. When does that expire?
Yeah, we're in, I shouldn't say we are in, 2021 is the 4th year of the 5-year millage.
Okay. All right. So next year would be the last year of funding, the next fiscal year, but we would probably, like we did last time, have to look next year into putting it, getting notice, because you don't want to just run out of money a month later. You want to know if the voters put it in place or not. And the question is, with that public safety millage, because it's a renewal, how does that impacting our revenues as it relates to Prop A and those other sort of dynamics? Is it just a new levy on the assessed value that it's approved, or is it just renewed and it's always on the taxable value of a homestead prior?
Yeah, it just continues. Are you talking about at the rate, the public safety millage rate on a renewal?
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you do like a heavy override, in my opinion, Mr. Gill might have a different opinion, but my understanding is unless you put in your ballot language for a Headley override, you would not go back up to the original 3.975. You would continue on with the last millage rate that you levied and reducing that with whatever Headley factor you have.
So it just continues as. Go ahead, Mr. Gillen.
I was going to say, that's my understanding too. Yes, I agree with Ms. Rudd.
The first year, it's obviously isn't impacted by Headley, but then every subsequent renewal, it's just as if it's always been there, even though it's being renewed by the voters.
We would, that first year, you would see a reduction from the prior year. So let's just pretend this was the last year of the 5-year, the 2021 number that you see right there, 3.7568. Right. Whatever the Headley factor is next year, we would apply it to that number if it got renewed, and you would see a slightly lower number. However, if you ask for a Headley override back up to 3.975 in that language, it could pop up if it was approved, pop up to the 3.975 mil.
Okay.
The original. Mm-hmm.
I was just curious if we were going to see any extra revenues and outward projections. It sounds like it's not if it's renewed. Okay, no. Thank you. Mr. Lavasser.
I could swear that I've seen the renewals pop back up to the original millage rate without the Headley reductions that in recent years. Am I misremembering it, or did we have certain language that in those proposals that allowed for the pop-up?
And you don't remember which one it was?
I don't recall offhand. I thought that the public safety millage popped back up to 3.975, but perhaps I'm remembering it wrong.
No, there was something special about the public safety that I haven't seen here with any of the other millages. The max was 3.975, but it was stated that in the first year we would not levy the max. So I think we levied like something else, but that 14.15 must be the second year. The first year might have been. Does that sound familiar? Like the first year we didn't levy the maximum public safety millage, and we didn't.
All the hiring we had to hire, and we couldn't quite get there. We knew we weren't going to be able to hire all the people on day one. I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't think we levied the maximum the first year, but then maybe in subsequent years we did.
We did, yeah. I think it was only the first year we levied less than the maximum. So I don't know, maybe it was that. Yeah, the first year we levied 3.475. And then the second year we did the max, and then we've been doing the Headley max ever since. But yeah, I know that's not what you were referring to, Commissioner Lavasser, but I can't think of any other type of quirky thing that we did a little differently.
Commissioner Prush?
I had the same information in my notes, that we only levied 3.475 in 2012, which is the first year of the millage. And then the city did some restructuring of the positions and did some analysis as to how many police officers they really needed in order to provide the service that they thought was necessary. So they adjusted it the next year a little bit. And then in 2014, 2015, they increased it 0.489, almost 0.5 tenths of a mil. So they did start out lower than what the authorized millage was, and then gradually bumped it up from there up to about 2016, which I think was maybe when it hit the max. And then it's been going down since then. At least that's what my notes say.
Okay.
And Rod, remind me again, for our city, 1 mil is worth how much in revenue when we consider, like, how we levy?
Yeah, for next year, about 2.8 million, roughly.
Thank you.
So, just want to point out overall what you're seeing in this budget is a reduction from the current year to 17.8496 that was mentioned before, which is slightly over a quarter of a mil. 0.2691 is the reduction. I also want to mention, I think it's worthy of mentioning here, and Commissioner Lavasser, this is where you see the DDA levy. Okay, this mill of 1.6021 only generates at $70,000, again, because it's only on the land within the DDA zone. So for those properties, the total will be 19.4517. What's important, I think, like I was starting to say before, this DDA millage has not had a Headley factor reduction in 3 years. What that says is the property values in the DDA are not increasing higher than the rate of inflation. And for last year, that was 1.9%. Commissioner Lavasser, does this straighten out the two differences between the TIF and the regular operating fund for the DDA?
I think I'd have to do some math and figure out what taxable value would generate 77,000 at a rate of 1.6 mils tax rates, and I haven't done that math yet. I'm going to take a quick peek at that. It is going to take me about 2 minutes, but I don't want to hold people off while I'm doing math here.
Okay.
Commissioner DeBuck had a question or a comment.
Just real quick, I don't know if it's readily available on the spreadsheet. I'm just curious. Do we know what the capture is from the CBD from under the cap that goes into general fund? Is that in this document?
No, it is not. That detail's not in the document.
Okay, that's something we could generate though offline.
Oh yeah, like for instance, like we can get you pretty precise numbers for the current year.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, just let me write a note here. Would you like all the different millages for the city, not just the general fund?
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
And Commissioner Perush, I'm going to ask you to take over for a second here. I'm going to make a quick break, about 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Commissioner Lavasser?
Yeah, just doing some very crude math. I come up with about $48 million of taxable value to generate roughly $77,000 based upon a 1.6021 millage rate. And so I'm wondering if that 48 million, if that's consistent with our understanding of the taxable value in the DDA area.
So yeah, so that would be the values back when the DDA was established many years ago.
All right, so the rest is basically going into the TIF. That 1.6021 is applied to everything in the downtown, both prior to the establishment of the DDA and after the establishment of the DDA.
Well, the district, you mean the lines of the DDA, everything?
Do you have the two numbers for the valuation of the DDA? What the number is for the the taxable value that existed prior to the formation, as well as the taxable value that's used for calculating the TIF?
Yeah, I would not in front of me. I would have to get that.
Right. I'm going under the assumption that 1.6021 gets applied to both sides of that valuation, both the pre-DDA and the post-DDA formation, and that a significant chunk of these of the funds generated by this millage is going into the TIF capture.
Can I just interject here? The DDA was established in 1975, and that's when the base values were established. And that's the basis on which the additional millage, if it's authorized, is applied. In terms of the captured DIF, the tax increment values, what you're seeing in the 11 million, is it 11 million? Whatever.
No, that's really the expenditure side of it. It's really about 4.5 million is the capture. Okay. Yeah.
And then the incremental tax is the growth in revenue, or growth in taxable value from that starting point that is captured by the DDA. So it goes back a ways.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that old.
Yep. On, or are you looking at a specific thing? There you go.
I'm sorry, I did not hear everything that you said, Commissioner Perush.
I just said yes. I'm quite sure it was either 1975 or 1978. 1975 may have been when the enabling legislation was passed. And then Royal Oaks may have started in 77 or 78.
Okay, is there anything else on this page that anyone wanted to talk about? Okay, the next couple pages is a little bit of detail on the millages, whether they're levied by charter or state, some background on original passage of any of the charter amendments, and then talks about some renewal language or renewal information if they were renewed, original amounts. So this is a good page to reference, but I will not go through the detail. Page 56. Here I mentioned this in the budget summary. This is interesting, but a little unfair. It shows the city of Royal Oak and the levy that's proposed in this budget, 17.8496. However, all of the other cities are the current year's levy for 1920, because people are going through their process right now. We really don't have the resources to call around and try to obtain from the 30 communities what their millages are being proposed. And sometimes you don't get good information over the phone because they might include maybe a smart bus millage because they think it's part of their city millage or something like that. So it's just best to get the final information off the county's website once everything's approved. So we will update this in the final document. So we're comparing apples and oranges right here, but this is how we compare with that data. Again, 8 higher bordering cities are higher than us, and 4 are lower. Blue are the bordering cities, and the yellow are obviously the non-bordering. Royal Oaks, the orange in the middle. I'm going to skip page 57 and jump to page 58. I want to point out here again, there are not any modifications here for the state shared revenue projections from the state of Michigan. There aren't really any as of yet. As Mr. Gillum mentioned earlier, I believe they're having a revenue consensus meeting on Friday, the 15th of this month, and maybe there'll be some information out after that. Certainly, again, if the city commission would like to make some assumptions, and we can change the 1920 projected number, and I could incorporate that into the budget amendment that you will see at the end of June for the current fiscal year, 1920. And also we can change the resolution as well that's requested to be adopted on June 8th for next year's budget. But just here, want to point out right here, the full CVTRS funding has been budgeted for fiscal year at $106,000 increase. Prior to last year, that's what they were projecting for what it's worth as of the time we were preparing this document. And then here you'll see this is the state's information. This is how they're breaking it.
1 second. 1 second. Commissioner DeBuck?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. I just want clarity on when did you want to have that at a future meeting conversation about where we think, how we should set that expectation of revenue sharing, or did you want to come back with a recommendation? Or
well, I'm thinking let's see what they discuss on Friday, if they've got any valuable information to relay, and then next week we can talk about what they had to say. If they don't have anything to say, maybe the MML or there's other entities that might be discussing what cities can assume So I think it'd probably be worth just waiting till next week.
Yeah, we'll have a little more context then. But I know they're already setting the stage to say that they won't even have a full view then. They're going to probably reconvene in August with another assessment. So we'll probably want to think as grimly as possible at that, given the state's tendency to kick their problems onto us and balance the budget on the back of municipalities.
Mm-hmm.
My inclination was the same thing. I mean, if we get better visibility, great. And as maybe a last ditch option, we don't hear anything before, August. I mean, obviously we have to get a budget approved. One idea I had was, do we use the number back in 09 and 10, the lowest mark, where we had the last great recession, and instead of plugging what we have like 6.1 in there or whatever, and just bring it down to like 4.5 or something like that, just as something to put into the budget. And then with the positions, I mean, maybe I was going to kind of bring this up at some point. We say, hey, if that number is higher, then we look at bringing in those positions as staff brings them to us to get approved. If it's at where it's at, then at least we've had a budget that shows reduced revenue and reduced expenditures, as some sort of bogey, so to speak, just as a last ditch effort. Hopefully, I mean, we get a good revenue estimate, but as opposed to leaving 6.1 in there, maybe you go to the low water mark that we've seen over the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Gillum?
Just a couple of quick comments. As Julie indicated, the Department of Treasury is supposed to be having a revenue estimating conference on Friday. And then the MML with representatives of Treasury have scheduled a webinar or Zoom meeting for Monday afternoon. So we may get some rough figures on Monday afternoon. As Commissioner Dubuck indicated, what I've been hearing is that, yeah, that is going to be a very preliminary estimate for the state, and they probably are going to have another one of their revenue estimating conferences in a month or two to try to nail those numbers down. Just generally, very generally, the numbers I've been hearing, and I don't know what the figures were for 1920, but what I'm hearing just very generally is that the amount of revenue sharing combined, constitutional and statutory, could be down anywhere from 40 to 45% for the next fiscal year. So that's not a pretty picture.
I don't know. Okay, Ms. Rudd.
Okay. And then page 59, you see the breakdown. I believe someone was talking about the breakdown earlier, curious what that was. This is the state's breakdown for next year, 5.24 million. That's the constitutional piece, and 750,000 on the statutory side. Page 60, we talked a little bit already about interest income. But again, I think it's worth looking at the charts for a minute. Interest rates here, this is March of this year, plummeting again to the approximately 80 basis points from 280 basis points we were earning on our most recent investments prior to that. So we were thinking that we were on our path to well over 1.1 million for the general fund, but as of this month and a half, we're guessing maybe 1.1 at this point, and then 500,000 for next year for the general fund, and then total funds here, all funds combined, we're estimating down from 3.6 million last year to about 3. There's a combination of things going on there. We had a rise in interest rates early in the year, and then again this last 4 months, expecting the rates to remain at where they are now. And with that, we'll have a full we'll have a full, we're anticipating full 12 months of lower rates. So all funds combined about $1.1 million. Don't hold us to that. We're not economists. It's going with the information we have now. Rates are basically about 80 basis points, and we're just going to assume that continues. I don't know how they can go much lower. I don't know if they can. And again, that's a combination of lower interest rates and also lower fund balances as well. And then page 61, mentioned this in the summary as well, but there is no proposal for new debt to be incurred in this 2021 budget. And really probably the most interesting part of these graphs are right here in 2038. And that is when our pension and OPEB debt payments end. Just this is the numbers for the graph on page 62. This graph, or these two graphs here, really what they're demonstrating is in the purple bar, the general fund tax revenue. It doesn't include the admin fee. It's strictly just the revenue that's generated by the millage rate of the 6.9 that's proposed. How it barely exceeds the combination of our OPEB and our pension contributions plus our debt service payments on pension and OPEB. So even though that's an expense across all funds, it's kind of an unfair graph, but I like to just try to demonstrate how all those costs almost equal the general fund tax revenue that we bring in. Okay, you ready for the general fund?
We are.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little reading here. Sorry. Page 67. I'm just gonna go over some of the more significant changes in revenue, transfers, and then the fund balance. I'm gonna leave the expenditures to when we get into each cost center. It'll be easier looking at the cost center itself rather than while we're in the general fund fund summary. So excuse me, total general fund revenues excluding transfers are budgeted to increase less than 1% relative to our year-end projected, mostly due to increase from tax revenue, state shared revenue, parking violations, and indirect cost revenue. That is the revenue we receive from the user departments of the general fund. And all these increases are netted against decreases from the cable franchise fee, landlord license, right-of-way permits, Dream Cruise revenue, and interest income. Tax revenue from the general fund is budgeted to increase 4%, and state shared revenue is increasing 1.8%. Indirect costs, the fees generated from the central and administrative services provided by the general fund to the other funds is budgeted to increase 8% due to increased personnel costs. Parking violations are budgeted to increase 19% for $80,000 due to the revenue decline we saw in the last quarter of fiscal year 1920. These increases are netted against numerous decreases as follows. The cable franchise fee is 10%. Due to the declining revenue subscribers, landlord license 24%. And that's due to doing a majority of the inspections every other year. Next year is the minority of the inspections. The year after, that'll be up again, hopefully. Right-of-way permits increasing 59% or $285,000. And then Dream Cruise, 19% due to using the historic average for revenue, and interest income 54% or $600,000 due to a decrease and cash balances, and again, a decline in the interest rates. Just want to talk about, just real quick, the cable franchise PEG revenue. I've been talking about this for a couple years. You know, as we see people ditching their cable, we're seeing reductions in revenue to the general fund. We're probably seeing it at a rate of about 7.5%. That used to be about almost $1.3 million to the general fund. You know, this is something that we need to keep an eye on. Nobody's talking about it yet. Don't know if there's ever going to be a replacement for it, but I guess you can make your own assumptions on, you know, where is the floor on that? You know, I don't know. I don't know a lot of people that still have cable, actually. So I'm surprised it hasn't dropped even further based on my personal experience on who has cable. But again, originally it's about a $1.3 million revenue source to the general fund. And we have to be mindful of that loss. And again, and to what degree, I just don't know. Transfers in total $1,587,000, which is an increase of $350,000 from 1920, mostly due to a one-time transfer of $600,000 from the Parks Capital Fund, returning the monies that were loaned to advance some Normandy Oaks projects. This is netted against a decrease of $250,000 from the DDA TIF fund. It was a one-time transfer. $275,000 decrease from the auto parking fund, and the $250,000 decrease due to moving Medicare retiree drug subsidy revenue to the retiree healthcare fund. So the transfers really consist of two. $737,000 for the annual transfer from the DDA TIF fund to pay for the downtown park related portion of the debt service payment, and then $600,000 return of the loan for Normandy Oaks. So I'm just gonna mention the elimination of some of those transfers. That $250,000 transfer was a one-time agreement. The DDA was transferring to the general fund. The $275,000 decrease of the auto parking fund, the system really can't afford that at this time. And so that's why that is being eliminated. We've got some bond covenants that we have to make, and it's a recommendation that we do not perform that auto parking transfer to the general fund. And then the $250,000, that's a Medicare retiree drug subsidy that was going into the general fund. And that is for reimbursement for retiree healthcare costs that are expended out of the retiree healthcare fund. So my recommendation is that it's more appropriate to put that into the retiree healthcare trust. And most cities actually do that rather than the general fund. The understanding is all the funds pay into that, and we're getting the reimbursement, and it should go back into the retiree healthcare trust fund. It's the cleaner way. The general fund only pays a portion of the drug costs for the retirees. So, and then to the transfers out, total transfers out amount to just over $24 million, $21 million to the public safety fund, $350,000 to the senior center. This continues to be necessary for supporting programs, and it's estimated the transfers will need to increase up to $475,000 and by the end of our estimated forecast, and we'll get into that a little more when we cover the senior center next week. And then also there's a transfer to the Roots Fund of $20,000, and that's for the Commission for the Arts, $2,000 for the Memorial Day Parade, and then a request for $23,240 to the Indigent Defense Fund. And that represents the city's match, required match. $24,000 to the Motor Pool Fund to purchase a new tri-deck motor for the Parks and Forestry. Whenever we have a new piece of equipment or vehicle that's not a replacement, we have to move the money from the fund because we weren't collecting depreciation on it. And this is a new mower, so that's why we have to, we would owe the motor pool that entire amount because we were not collecting depreciation. 2021 budget includes also $2.2 million transfer out for the Royal Oak Civic Center debt payment. And let's see, we got one more, yeah. General fund transfer out for $465,000, and that's for the court debt fund, which will be paid off after 2024. So then top of page 68 speaks to the combined fund balance for general fund and public safety. And we talked about this a little bit before, but $3.9 million use of fund balance. The ending fund balance level is projected at nearly 11.1% or 20% by the end of this year. And then the projected forecast shows a continual structural use of fund balance between 4.1 million and 6.7 million annually. And the combined fund balance for both the general fund and public safety funds total about negative $10.6 million or negative 17% of expenditures at the end of the forecast. Let me get down here. And then should the
Ms. Rudd, I'm sorry, real quick. This is awkward doing this digitally here, but Ms. Macy had a question or comment. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to let you see that I was going to let her finish her. That I had emailed earlier today asking if Ms. Rudd could give us some information about exactly how these numbers are increasing and what the projections are based on. So we have our current expenditures and our current revenues in this budget, and then we're projecting out 5 years, and those numbers are rising quite a bit for expenditures. And I just wanted to kind of walk us through how those numbers are calculated.
Okay. So we've got about approximately, or actually a little more than 4,000 different line items in the budget that you know, you see it all rolled up to these nice little groups. So basically how the forecast is performed, I'm going into this detail hopefully because this is what you asked in your email, is yeah, we take the current year budget that's being proposed to you, okay? And so that's our base. So if you guys change it, then the forecast is a little off because the base changed. So let's just assume that you know, the way it's been proposed is going to stick just for this example. So what I do is for wages and wage-based benefits, I put a general inflationary amount to anything that basically is a wage or affected by a wage. For instance, your defined contribution employees, they get contributions to their 401 based on a percent of their pay. So those are the types of line items that you see affected in the forecast. Generally speaking, what I do is if we have labor contracts that say, oh, you know, the most recent year is a 3% increase, that's what I assume for I call it a forecast. So really what that forecast is saying is, if this is the path we're on, giving 3%, that's what I assume in the future. I don't try to pretend oh, I think it's going to be a 2% this year. I think it's going to be 4%. There's just no way. I don't know that information. So really what these forecasts are saying is based on what you're doing this next year, 2021, this is how it's going to look in the future. Okay, so what I've done for the assumptions, the wage increases run anywhere between 3.5% and 4% every year. And the reason, that is because of the most recent 3% increase, a 2 and a 1. And also we've got individuals, a lot of new employees that are not at the top of their scale. So it assumes some increases, people are getting merit increases, okay? For medical, there's a 5% increase in medical annually costs. Pension, I have a 5% increase in pension and OPEB. The capital improvements, we take the exact number in the CIP and insert those into the various future years. So if we have significant increases in construction costs, those are not reflected. There's a few large accounts such as indirect costs for the general fund. I know that's mostly labor of city employees. So there's a 2% increase on all those funds that I anticipate are going to pay 2% more to the general fund because of employee wage increases. But really, on the expenditure side, there's not much else that I adjust. So what that means is all the operating accounts for, training, contractual services, supplies are pretty much at a 0 increase. On the revenue side, for tax revenue, what I look at is really what's the average over 10 years, because I don't know if we're going to see, another plummet in the real estate market in 2 years or 3 years. So I use a 2% for tax revenue. Then for the state shared revenue, same thing, what the typical increases have been from the state, what we've seen, actual increases. I use that, and actually off the top of my head, I don't know what I use. Let me tell you in a minute though. State shared revenue, I use 2%. Cable franchise fees, a negative 7.5. I think I mentioned 2% indirect costs, but really everything else except, and then interest. I pretty much eliminated interest after 23, 24 because of the fund balance was pretty much 0 in the general fund. But really everything else stays the same because I don't have a basis for increasing or decreasing many of the accounts.
Okay, thank you. So a couple follow-ups. So for the millages that are in effect now but have a end date, are those built in? Tell me which of those are built in, which not.
All renewals are assumed, and I think I mentioned that in most of like public safety and the solid waste significant note section. That's briefly stated that it assumes renewal on both of those. And actually road millage. I think road millage expires, it might expire 23, 24. I'm not sure, or 24, 25. It's one of those years. But when we get to local roads, there is a note about that.
Okay, but so road, millage, library, all of those are assumed to renew.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right, so you talked about the capital improvement plan. You just plug the numbers in for each year we have it 5 years out, so you're just plugging those numbers in. But just to be clear, you're backing out the capital improvement plans from this year? So this year we have all these numbers in for our capital improvements. Those are backed out, and then the next years are added in, yes? We're not just piling on top, are we?
No, they're one time only. Capitals are one time only.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for you said the operating budget, there's like a zero increase, and I guess I'm a little confused. Like some of the operating budget expense items, I'm not sure where they fall in terms of that capital improvement versus not capital improvement. So we're not assuming that we're going to be buying another pump truck every year, right? Or are we?
Yeah, the pumpers, those capital are the large ticket items. So the pumper, there's the motor pool has a specific replacement schedule, and that gets incorporated into the various years of the CIP. So that is very specific because that is capital. That's not in the operating budget. It's in the capital budget.
Okay, but I guess I'm trying to get it. Looks to me like some of these, there's some fairly sizable one-time expenses in what I think fall into the operating budget. Those are assumed to either go to that again or to have some other expense in that next year. For example, the clerk has a vote counting machine again on the budget. Does that stay? Is that number?
Yeah, for items that we know are one-time only, like for instance, like if an individual, doesn't want additional ones in prior, sometimes they spread out their capital, then we'll keep it, we'll keep the operating budget as is. But if we know specifically they only want it once, our intention is to take it out, to remove it out of the, like for instance, it'd be removed out of the 21-22 budget and then all the other future budgets.
Okay. Boy, that is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And then
we goof up sometimes. Sometimes we forget about some, but I'm not aware of any goof ups in this one.
Okay, and then kind of lastly, just the overall question for this. I mean, I think I've followed all of what you said about how it changes, but there seem to be some pretty big step ups in some of these upcoming years, and I'm still not seeing how those could be accounted for by these increases. Do you have some kind of you know what I'm saying? Like when you look at it, the numbers for the expenditures particularly are going up quite a bit in some year over year. Is that just that those are very big capital improvement years, or is there something else going on?
Are you looking, which fund are you looking at in particular?
Just the overall budget.
Are you looking at the budget summary on page 68?
The general fund summary, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
the general fund.
Where you see it going from like 41 to
the big jump, and I think we're going to answer a lot of your questions when we get into the significant notes. But like the big jump, for instance, the 41.668 to the 43.5, like that big jump in expenditures for general fund. Most of that is an increase in transfer to the public safety fund, which I do talk about. I'll talk about it probably both on the transfer out section, which is the last cost center in the general fund, and then also I'll repeat it probably in the public safety discussion as well. So that's increasing significantly, and I'll explain why when we get there, if you don't mind.
Okay, and it looks the same between 23 and 24. There's another quite a big jump up.
Mm-hmm.
Same?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of that is personnel costs, okay, because the 3.5% to 4% just on wages, and then all the wage-based benefits that get affected by increase in wage, like I said, like the defined contributions for the DC people, medical costs, and also increases to the public safety fund. I believe in the note when I get there, by the end of the forecast, we're over $24 million transferred to the public safety fund. In addition, we're increasing the transfer out to the senior center from $350,000 to almost $500,000 as well. Again, not that we're doing it, but the need is there. I'm showing the need for that because expenses are exceeding program revenues quicker. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the point on this page really is the, again, use of fund balance. And this is before most of the COVID-19 impact that we might assume in the future. There is a little bit of impact, again, that is here. That's the interest income falling, number one. And there is some impact that we showed in parking violations and court violations. Those are down. So the revenues are down in both, in 1920 and slightly in 2021, but not significantly. We assumed that whole court and violations would begin to ramp up a little bit after June 30th. So again, very little impact reflected on the revenue side.
Ms. Rod, I don't know that we ever hope that happens. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. You're right. Okay. So if we're ready, we can move into the expenditure side and all the various cost centers. And hopefully this might answer some questions. Very quickly, in the Mayor and City Commission cost center on page 71, for those of you with the book, meetings and conferences are increasing by $9,500, and this is to budget for an extensive strategic planning process session, envisioning session, and thinking that these would be facilitated by a professional. So that's where those higher costs come in. The district court, full-time, I'm sorry, page 75. Full-time personnel budgets increasing due to, oh, you know what, before I start on these, I should explain it. Just like in prior years, what's assumed is the labor contract increases. So we don't state that in all of the significant notes. That's just kind of something that's there. We don't state it. However, in many of these significant notes, talk about where there's newer employees, it's not only increasing 3%, but it's increasing a little bit more than that because we have newer employees that may receive a merit increase. So they would move up their scale. So they'd be making more than just the 3% increase. So when you see that first sentence there in many of these significant notes, that's what that means. Part-time wages are increasing approximately $75,000 due to an increase in civil cases. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick up on some of the larger dollar amounts, and I'm not going to go over some of the smaller ones at the meetings that we're having for the budget review. You guys can go over those on your own in the interest of time. So contracted and legal advisory council expenditures are decreasing $150,000 due to the MIDC grant funding for the indigent defendants. Now we are expensing that in a separate fund. Contracted judges are budgeted to increase $50,000 to cover the continued use of the visiting judge into next year. And then contractor worker services are budgeted at $70,000 for next year to cover the SoberLink alcohol testing for persons in phase 1 of the program. And these expenditures will be reimbursed by the drug court grant. And then office supplies are increasing $17,000 to cover the cost of print shop projects, paper and supplies, which were previously charged to an internal service fund and allocated as IT costs. And then building security services are increasing $23,000 due to a need for increased server capacity and camera replacement. Building repairs and maintenance are going up $36,000 due to energy efficient lighting upgrade project. And then $10,000 increase is budgeted for heating and cooling repair or maintenance services for the HVAC. City manager's budget. That is on page 82. Full-time personnel are increasing compared to the original budget due to newer staff getting merit increases. $4,000 is budgeted for consulting work to complete the public engagement of sustainability study. Dues and memberships are increasing $3,200 for sustainability group membership costs and training and education. Is increasing $2,000 for sustainability conferences. Elections.
Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in, Julie, before we move into elections. In terms of the manager's budget, just one thing I wanted to make the commission aware of, something that I was thinking over in my mind during the period of time that I've been the interim manager. It's something that I've talked with Paul Brake about too. Not necessarily creating a new position within the manager's office, but the position of assistant to the city manager is the position that James Curzon had when he was here. That position has remained vacant. I haven't taken any steps to fill that. I think it would be more appropriate for Mr. Brake to fill that position when he gets in. But my thought, and again, what I've discussed with him, is the possibility of, get my words, giving that position a shot of steroids and possibly changing the title, possibly increasing the level of pay for that position, but giving that position a little bit more authority. And we could think about what a different title would be. I don't know if we'd want to have another assistant city manager or a chief of staff. I mean, we could figure that out. But to make that position more responsible for day-to-day operation of the city staff and things like that, which would free the manager position up to do more of the type of work that I think the city commission is going to want Mr. Brake to be involved in coming in. The higher profile projects, probably budget issues given what's going on with COVID right now, community outreach, things like that. So again, I just throw that out for consideration. I think that's something that he's going to want to discuss with you when he gets on board. And for what it's worth, he's going to have my full support to move in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum.
Okay, page 85, elections. The budget includes the addition of a full-time clerk whose costs will be shared between the elections and the city clerk cost centers. Part-time wages are increasing $20,000 and overtime increasing $16,000 due to having 3 elections in 2021, including the presidential. $90,000 is budgeted to purchase an additional high-speed image scanner to process absentee ballots.
Mr. Macy.
So I know Mr. House is not going to be happy with me since I tried to do this last year too, but and I totally think that having an additional high-speed scanner when we have this presidential election coming up and we're having so many more absentee ballots coming is a good thing. But this is one of the items that I identified as something possibly to cut in this year as not being one of the key elements of service that we're providing to our constituents in terms of not, the elections are obviously a key service, but the speed of reporting, I don't know if we can maybe even in a presidential year, maybe not be as fast as we like to be. And you know, this house has our clerk's office is the envy of many in the way that we handle all the elections and the difficulties that have come up, especially in the last few years. So I hate to be the one to suggest cutting the budget, because I think she really prides herself on having the premier clerk's office in Oakland County. And I love that too, but just throwing it out there, this is one of the things that I thought maybe could stand to wait another year or be looked at again in August, which I know we'll already have missed an election. Yeah.
If I could answer that. In looking at the uptick of the way elections are going, this is the way people are voting. I know, I actually have something I'd like to read, if you don't mind, regarding the position I'm requesting. But I mean, this is where we're going. All the communities out there, if they can afford the high speeds, they're getting the high speed scanners. Southfield, Troy, Rochester Hills, Farmington Hills, Novi, they all have 4 right now. We have 3, and we're doing it. But seeing this uptick, you're right, there will be a delay if I don't have another one, but it's going to be quite a delay. Would it be all right if I read a statement?
Yeah, absolutely, Ms. Howell.
All right. Clerk's offices in general have changed with the passing of Proposal 18-3, which includes no longer requiring a reason to vote absentee, as well as allowing same-day registration. The presidential primary this past March brought out droves of voters to do just this, to vote absentee. Every department in City Hall can let you know that what the lines were like in my office weeks up to the election. They were nonstop. We issued a total of 9,101 ballots, in which 8,179 were returned. Overall turnout for the election was 42%, a March primary election. To give you some perspective on these numbers, the last presidential primary in March of 2016, we issued 3,550 ballots. We tripled that amount in the March 2020 election. November of 2016, we processed 8,784 ballots, so you can see where the trend is going. Elections are not just a one-day event. We start prepping months in advance with ordering absentee applications, supplies, ballot orders, testing voting equipment, 24 scanners, 24 ADA machines, printers, etc. Once applications are mailed out, they're returned to us, in which we enter them into the state system. We date, initial the app, and then check the signatures. We then issue a voter ballot, enter the ballot number into the system, print a label for the envelope that the ballot goes in, and then it's either mailed to the voter, or if the voter's there, they can take it with them. Then we have a process when we receive the absentee ballots. We pull the voter's original application, check it to make sure the ballot has been signed by the correct voter. Sometimes a husband signs the wife, vice versa. Then we have to spoil it, have them redo a new one. And then we scan that into the system that scanned that it has been returned. And then, they are locked up in a secure location every night. And then we start the process all over again. We also reconcile ballots daily the month prior to election day by printing a report, making sure that the envelopes received balances and the number of ballots have been returned on the report. So make sure we didn't miss any that maybe didn't get scanned that day. So we do a double check. This is not a one-step process. The weeks prior to the election, staff was working late hours just to return ballots, processing return ballots. The March election proved to me and many other clerks that I've spoken to that we need more help. My one part-time employee was a former deputy clerk. She understood elections and processes very well. She's leaving to go to a full community for a full-time position. This happens time and time again. This is why I'm requesting a full-time position to eliminate the part-time position. I understand that timing isn't good. In fact, it's terrible. I totally understand. But I also know that in order to be successful with ongoing elections, it's necessary. This position isn't just to help with elections, but also our online day-to-day requests as well. Since we started our online services last year for everything in my office, this is how most of our requests occurred prior to COVID-19. So I just wanted to put that out.
Commissioner Macy?
yes, that was very persuasive. And I think for me, when I'm weighing at which of these I care more about, it would be having that clerk who is providing these services, you know, on a long-term basis, both making things easier on election day, and all the rest of the year. So I guess what I'm saying is when I'm looking at the budget and trying to decide places I'd prefer to cut, I'd rather cut the machine than the person. But I'm curious at what Ms. Hallis's view on that is.
As far as picking one or the other?
I mean, which one do you feel like one is more kind of critical? I mean, I'm not saying this is necessarily what we're going to
personally, I would take the person, but just know the results are going to be, it's going to be backlogged. I mean, we do the best we can. I'm actually going to be serving on a Oakland County Task Force Committee for elections safety. And we're going to be, there's going to be 3 other clerks as well as a whole bunch of other representatives from Oakland County. And we're going to just pretty much put our heads together and figure out what we can do to make elections safer. And and also, like I just explained, having all this extra work now, and we know that's the way it's going to be going forward. It's not going to back down. Our smaller elections that used to be, you know, smaller turnout, 9,000 for usually a very, very small election. This is going to be a historic year for sure.
I have Commissioner Dubak and Commissioner Perush, and then Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely appreciate this conversation. I think this is the kind of expense we should be discussing whether or not it's the right time. I think Commissioner Macy raises reasonable concerns. I think the right question for Ms. Hollis is between the person and the machine, if it had to be one, which would it be? But I think there's a strong case to be made for the importance of running best-in-class elections, which I think we do in Oakland County, due to the work of Ms. Hollis and her staff. But running our elections is a basic, like bare bones government function, right? Like the water coming out of your tap when you turn it on, or the police picking up when you call. Running an election is a basic test of our ability to manage our city. And I think people judge it that way. It's one of the real services that people interact with that's extremely meaningful for them. With the tremendous increase in turnout and use of mail-in voting, I think we should be prepared for that. We know it's happening. I believe that, yes, if you could get the volunteer power, you can get the results, just albeit maybe a day or two later. But every election, when there's that one city or that one county or that one state that is taking a long time, it begins to shake people's faith in the system, in the results, that their vote was counted. And I think that's part of what we have to consider in this expense. I think the way that we run and manage our elections speaks to both the quality of services we provide overall as a city, and the reliability of our democracy and the results that we're reporting. So I just think that's worth consideration if our clerk believes that it's a necessary expense to maintain the quality of an essential government service, like something as basic as voting. It is definitely worthy of consideration. I'm not saying we have to do it, but I think it's heavier than just, it's not like a frivolous new shiny thing. It's actually a core function of government.
Okay, Commissioner Perush.
Ms. Hallis, if you do not get the new high-speed scanner, are your overtime costs going to increase because of increased cost for processing the ballots over a longer period of time?
I definitely would be trying to hire more workers, but it doesn't, as far as the process goes, the way the absentee counting board is set up, even to have additional workers, it's not going to make it any faster. The fourth machine would make it go faster.
I guess the essence of my question is not the speed, but if we don't spend $90,000 on the scanner, are we going to be spending more dollars for part-time labor to compensate for the fact that we don't have a high-speed machine? That's a question.
Oh, I said yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we would be spending more.
Okay, there's a trade-off there. If we're not spending $90,000 per machine, we're going to be spending more in labor for people to actually continue the process a little bit longer. If it's
Correct.
Okay. So it's not if we decide not to do the scanner, we don't save $90,000. We're going to be spending it on labor someplace else. Maybe not quite as much, but we're going to be spending something. And the second comment I want to make is a follow-up to Commissioner DeBuck's. I mean, I agree with him completely. This is a core function of local government. Local governments are the only ones that run elections. This is not a state function. It's not a county function. It's not a federal government function. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. And this is where, if it's not done in a way that the public can have confidence in, it diminishes the effectiveness of our whole election process, I think. And when you have delays in reporting, immediately people don't think, oh, they just don't have the right machines, they're just a little behind. Automatically they think, oh, something must be going wrong. There must be a problem. I wonder what the problem is. And there's all these negative implications of that. And that you can relate it to other communities around us that have had significant problems in the way they manage the election. So I don't want to get us into that boat at all. We've had good, strong election performance over the decades. And this is a new era, a new type of voting that is new to us. And I don't want to fall behind. I don't want to be one of those communities that people look at and go, oh, they're going to be 24 hours behind, and then have the negative implications of that. So this is one of the few things that only local government does. And I think we need to do it right. And I think $90,000 for a scanner is a reasonable price to pay to make sure that we can maintain that.
Ms. Douglas or Commissioner Douglas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, when as we're going through this, when we raise our hands, could you nod or make a signal to acknowledge that you've seen it?
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
No, because I raised my hand much earlier.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Ms. Hallis, at what point will the amount of absentee voting enable us to reduce the number of polling places or the staffing needed there? That is, when will we start to see a shift in savings?
That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping that there's going to be new bills out there. We've been pushing for quite a while now to have consolidated precincts. Right now, we can only have a precinct that has 2,999 voters per precinct. So I can't put any more voters in a precinct over that number. If they would even just up the number to 5,000, 6,000, I mean, we have the farmers market, we have larger buildings where we definitely could make that work. But until those changes are made, we have to keep the precincts that we have. Hopefully we'll see what they do. I know with the May election, there were a lot of last minute things, but that's how it happened. But they did end up where they did an all mail-in ballot. Obviously, you all know this. And they had the communities have just one precinct open so that people who wanted to go in to vote still were able to. They could go put their ballot through a tabulator. But yeah, for the most part, it was a mail-in election.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lavasser, I see your hand. 1 second. I had a question for Ms. Hallis. What's the useful life of one of these high scan machines? We're not talking about $90,000 every year. Does it last 10 years, 20 years, 5 years?
It better last 10 years, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking at $8,000 a year, roughly, if we were Ms. Rudd, if we were doing financial accounting versus government accounting. And so, your pickup on that, your investment in that, not only, in my opinion, feeds the confidence and sanctity of the most important thing that we do, like Commissioner DeBuck said and Commissioner Prush said of city government. But, the financial savings are closer realized, when you break it out per year, you know what I mean? So if it's $8,000 a year, $9,000 a year, you're going to start to see those savings year over year, maybe even higher. And on top of it, I mean, my biggest thing is I think about Ms. Hallis and her team. And if we don't give them the tools to manage uncertainty and manage the influx of all of these ballots coming in via mail and all this, people get tired, they make mistakes. And, to me, that seems for $8,000 a year on some of the most important elections, and we're the only ones that are doing it. Like it was mentioned, I think to me that's a cheap insurance to make sure that they remain as sharp as possible to get this important job done. Just my thought there. Commissioner Lavasser.
Thank you. Ms. Hollis, I'm sure there's a certain amount of estimation involved for you to answer this question, because you can only project so much, but I'm trying to get a feel for how much time it might take to finish counting absentee ballots this November with the machine versus without this additional machine.
Honestly, I've spoken with other clerks that have precincts comparable to us that do have the 4 machines, and even they're saying we're not going to have them finished, overnight. If we are hoping that we're going to be able to at least get some legislation put through where we can open the ballots the day before. And that means just opening the envelopes, and then they're stored, and then you're able to start processing the next day. And you would have people that were sequestered Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to get those ballots through. We've never seen anything like this.
Commissioner Macy.
So I'm just going to say that I felt like at the beginning of this meeting, the tenure of this body was that we're going to need to make some cuts in the budget. And it seemed to me that people were looking primarily at the new 7 employees. And one of those is in this cost center. And when I'm looking through this, to me, I'd rather have someone all year round providing good services to our community rather than this machine. And it's not $8,000 a year because we're going to have 4 of them. So it's $36,000 a year for like a fairly limited period of time. And Commissioner Lavasser's question is on point. Like if this is going to be a difference between in even 6 hours of this, and it's not the difference between it being done immediately at 8 p.m. versus it being done 3 days later. It's a matter of hours, several days a year. So my opinion is that if you were to ask residents of Royal Oak what they valued more, that they would value more the person standing at the clerk's office all year round, taking those absentee ballots when people come up, than they would the speed in which the election was also reported in Royal Oak. But I could be wrong.
I missed Commissioner Lavasser. I'm sorry about that. I saw her hand. But real quick before, just to that's 1 machine at 90,000, not 4 machines, correct, Ms. Hallis?
Correct.
We've been buying one every year. This is our 4th one. We bought one last year and the year before.
Yeah, but it's not expensed in the budget. Commissioner Lavasser.
No, I already asked my question.
Okay.
I don't know that, and I appreciate it's a very hard question to answer, but I am curious, as Commissioner Macy indicated, is it a matter of it taking an extra 4 hours, an extra 6 hours, an extra 12 hours to complete the process, and just try to get a feel for what that time, that additional time it would take to complete the process is.
Well, we had 3, obviously 3 high speeds, and we did just over 8,000. And I reported my results to the county. It was actually around 11 because it was later. But that was 8,000. I'm predicting over 20,000 for November.
And I think we're finding ourselves debating, the line items in a particular budget, which I know is what we're supposed to do here to some extent. I guess my question back to Ms. Hallis is, if we need to put a priority on these voting machines and the additional staff, is there any stretch between now and the next time we look at maybe the budget again here, where you can see some other things that your office does, like we could move strictly online, like you can only get a dog license on, other areas within your area that could help, offset the cost of these machines and staff, new ways of doing things, maybe things that you've learned for the fact that we've been, shut down, things that are absolutely necessary, not necessary. Is there potential for you to evaluate that, or has that already been included in the budget as you presented it today?
All my services now are available online. You can do vital records, birth, death, dog licenses, dog park passes.
Right, but I mean, is there other opportunities in your area to save money, I guess is what I'm asking, maybe to, offset the cost of the machines and the
I
personnel?
can look into it.
I mean, when I look at everything in your office, I'm less worried about dog license and I'm more worried about every vote getting counted and getting counted on time. I would prefer to cut in other areas. There's stuff we can kick back to other agencies. If there's stuff that we can just say, look, we're not doing it in person anymore. We're going to do it online only, and we'll have a computer in front of your hall if people want to go online and do it, self-service. Just ideas. Commissioner Macy.
Okay, I promise super quick, but I just wonder if this is something we can kick back to our looking at this again in August, because we're also there's a real question out there of what the election is going to look like in November, and I think we may have more information, and maybe there's something. Maybe she'll need this vote machine, or maybe she'll need some other kind of support if it's a different kind of election than we're expecting.
Clear as mud.
And I'm sorry, it's like with elections and everything. I mean, all of you know right now, it's day to day. Every day we get a new piece of information. Every day, okay, how is this going to run? Or how are we running November? Is it all absentees? Every day, things are just constantly changing. So I'm sorry, I don't have more info on some of these things.
Understood. You are one of the best clerks in the state of Michigan, if not the best, in my opinion. So you don't have to, we understand you do the best you can do with what you give, and you got us. You do the best you can do with
That's
us.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to skip to page 101, which is the clerk's office, and we'll just wrap up that discussion, and then we'll jump back and go in order again in the book, which is page 101. Okay, here. Again, there's some staffers who are not at the top of their wage, so personnel costs are increasing due to the potential for wage increase for the new people, and also, again, for a portion of the requested new full-time clerk. Overtime's increasing $5,000 as well, due to the need for additional staffing. Contracted worker services increasing $10,000 for offsite storage and increased document shredding services.
Commissioner Macy.
I saw that the increased offsite storage and the document shredding is like it seems like that's what's happening as we move to our new city hall. I wondered, is that going to be one time or ongoing?
Well, for mine, I have 3 vaults right now in City Hall that house all my vital records. And in the new City Hall, I have 1 because the basement was cut. So I'm looking at alternatives where I can house the vital records, because right now they're all scanned. So it's just the paper copies, but we have to keep them. They're in bound books and we have to keep them forever. So I'm just looking at an option where to store them off site in a temperature controlled facility where I know they're safe.
Okay, so for clerk's office, it's probably going to be the storage, at least will probably be ongoing. But I saw this in other cost centers too, that this spreading and storage is going to be going, is a new thing. Is that, Ms. Rudd, is that your impression that that's true for everybody, that we're going to have to be paying for storage?
Not for everyone, but for some. And like, for instance, in the finance department, we've got $25,000 for shredding and possibly some storage documents, and that's only our accounts payable. So we're going to have some other shredding in the next year as well for our other related stuff. We're just going to have to store it somewhere in boxes until we can get a grasp on what we can dispose of, and we just don't have any downtime to look at that right now. So other departments, I'm not quite exactly sure what they're considering in their 2021 request. So wherever else we have that language, I'm going to have to ask the department head if they're thinking on if any of that is ongoing, or are they going to be able to digitize some of it to reduce it in the future, the storage costs in the future.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Hallis, I have a question for you. I see a lot of these business licenses that we process and all of that. Is that really time consuming? And then the next question I have is, I get in some cases we want to have licenses, but are we going above and beyond what the state requires? Like if people are licensed already by the state, do we have to have, is there a way to cut those down to a point where, and maybe it's not as, maybe processing 80 licenses isn't, a big deal, but any opportunity to reduce workload reduces cost. But I don't want to, certainly if we have a reason that we have some of these business licenses that the city has to process in place, either by statute or even whatever, is there a way to look at those? What's your thought on those?
Sure, we can look into that.
Yeah. Mr. Gillum?
I thought maybe Melanie was looking through her records, but within the last several years, and I'd have to look to see exactly what it was, we did repeal a lot of the licensing ordinances and that were on the books that we thought were unnecessary or cumulative. So we can certainly take a look at it, but I think the ones that are left, I think most of them are licenses that either we're required to keep or, for example, dog licenses. We want to keep that in-house as a service to the residents and to generate some revenue, but we could take a look at it.
Okay. Just, we're at a different crux than we were when we looked at that before, and maybe things have changed, I wouldn't spend 10,000 hours on it, but if there's opportunity there to make life easier in the clerk's office, let's look at it.
Okay, so are we finished with elections and clerks then?
I think so for now, unless anyone has any other questions for Ms. Alice.
All right, Finance Department, page 90.
Ms. Alice.
Sorry, two books to turn here. Okay, personnel requests are increasing. The budget request is increasing for a few reasons. We have numerous new employees last year, and this incorporates again opportunity for merit increase. In addition, asking for a full-time accountant position. The new accountant position would assist with numerous functions and tasks that the department has taken over the last 10 years. The risk management, purchasing. We have at least increased by 50% the accounting standards that we have to abide by. So basically the financial statements that are audited and are presented to audit review committee. When I started here 10 years ago, we were in the late 50s on the probably about 57, GASB 57 we were on. We are in the 80s now on the standards we have to abide by to provide standards in accordance with government accounting. So that has really taken a toll on the department to keeping up with that. We have the equivalent, full-time equivalent level of staff that we had 10 years ago before the cuts currently. The other additional things that we've been doing are a lot of reports required from the state. There's a 5572 related to pension, the CVTRS reporting that came out years ago. There's a summary annual report for the pension system that we started doing that's required by law. We've got additional bond covenant testing we have with the various bonds we sold, the revenue bonds that we sold. I've taken on the continuing disclosures for the bonds. That was contracted out. It wasn't done, being done properly. So that came in-house. We started doing the capital improvement document that was new before it was just a spreadsheet. We did not do the full document this year. We have a much, I call it beefed up budget document that's very time consuming. With the integrated financial management system that we implemented, things are not done on paper anymore. Things are done on computer, and we monitor the computer security for the integrated financial management system, except for 2 of the modules, so for approximately 8 of the modules. We do a lot more pension administration work that wasn't being done before. We do gainful employment checks and re-examinations on disability pensioners. That's required in the ordinance that were not being done before. There's some additional state requirements for political contribution disclosures that we send out to our vendors for the system. We have more than doubled our actuarial reports that we have to do for the pension system that we work with the actuary on. It's not one of these things, but it's the combination of these things why I'm asking for the additional person. With being very active in accomplishing all of those goals or all of those tasks personally, I have not been able to do some of the things that really the department needs to do. And with this added person, that person would help in many of the areas. But in addition to that, what I would like to try to achieve on page 88, having this new person, I would be able to get to many of the objectives that I have here on page 88. I'm going to say the most important right now is the second bullet. It's very important that the city put together a defined contribution board of trustee, in my opinion, for fiduciary oversight, and potentially would help put a city ordinance together for this, as most of the employees now are in a defined contribution plan. In my opinion, we need to improve the investment options and reduce fees for the employees that they're paying. There's about 190 people in the 401A plan now. This would affect them significantly. 10 years ago, there was just 2 of us. I think it was Paige and I, and it's really grown and it needs attention. This is very, very important that we get to this. Right now, there's sole fiduciaries for these plans, and it's not the way it should be. There should not be, just one person. We have numerous plans as well as a fiduciary. So it'd be similar to like the retiree healthcare investment board, where this board would just focus on the investment side of it, not any of the benefit side of it. In addition, just quickly, some other things, reviewing the general administration cost methodology. to make sure those are still very fair and equitable. I've been trying for years to develop a purchasing plan and policy document. The CDBG auditors are asking last time they were out for that, and they pretty much frowned upon that, and this was years ago. And that would be an important thing to do. We've got some more, this bullet here, some more accounting standards on the way, 84 and 88. They're up to the 90s on the proposed standards. So these standards for which we have to put the financials, the year-end financials together, it's just growing and growing. Like I said, we're in the, I think at 57, GASB 57 when I started, and we're in the late 80s now. That's the amount of work that has increased for the department as it relates to the accounting function here. And then third from the bottom, since we handle the claims and the risk management, I've been working with HR trying to get a loss prevention committee set up, and that would cover general liability risk, property risk, and workers' compensation by way of a safety committee and a wellness committee and a risk mitigation committee as well. And then last from the bottom, we still have a lot of policies that we need to bring before the retirement board. We've implemented a few, but there is still probably at least 10 that need to be developed and brought before the board. And then finally, just working more on the budget document and improving upon the individual goals and objectives and performance measures and linking them for the various departments, which I think readers of the document could get a lot more from that if those were improved upon. There's some funds and cost centers that really they almost don't exist. In addition, the other reason why personnel costs are increasing is that I've changed the allocation for one of the positions, the administrative assistant position, 100% to finance. Prior to 2021, it was split in another cost center. I think it was 40%, but and that was the pension fund. And the reason I'm removing that is we've got other people such as myself and the pension accountant that spend a lot of time on pension related things. And this person will probably be spending less time and helping a little more with the defined contribution board if that gets established. And the other boards like the Retiree Healthcare Investment Board and this new DC board is likely not to have personnel costs allocated to them. So it didn't make sense just to allocate some of the costs to the pension. So it's just making that more consistent. And then finally, there is a $25,000 increase for digitizing and shredding our accounts payable documents because of the limited space in the new City Hall. And I mentioned this a little earlier. This only addresses our accounts payable. So next year, it's likely that there will be a cost, but probably not this high.
Questions for Ms. Rudd on Ms. Rudd's budget? Doesn't appear at this time anybody has any questions.
Okay, page 91 is the assessing department. There's some newer employees there as well that are budgeted to get merit increases in addition to a full-time appraiser position that's requested. The full-time position is requested due to the workload and lack of success in filling a part-time position. The city's got approximately 2,000 sales annually, and the part-time position has not been able to review all the parcels. Sale values trend higher than assessments due to home updates performed without a permit, and complete review is the only means to correct assessments that keep the city in compliance with the state tax commission standards. The city's got approximately 26,000 residential parcels and only one residential appraiser. The additional position would share responsibility for new construction, renovation, demolition, and annual sales review for accurate assessments and proper taxable values. Total reviews cannot currently be completed due to limited staff and the quantity of the sales. The next STC AMAR review is scheduled for 2022, and the STC recommends that 20% of the parcels be reviewed annually. The new appraiser would assist with updating records such as photographs that haven't been updated for 20 plus years. Unfortunately, all the requirements cannot be met with one appraiser. In addition to this need, the department would like to fill 1 or 2 part-time positions with students to help with photographs and sketches.
We have Commissioner Douglas has a question.
Yes, Ms. Rudd, do we have a sense of to what extent more and more thorough inspections could lead to increased taxable value and increased revenue?
Yes, that could happen. It would lead to more accurate and appropriate taxable values.
My question would be, would that be higher taxable values?
Yes, there is a potential that it would be higher.
So, but we don't have any data or even anecdotal evidence that that would be the case. Is there, I mean, I'm just seeing if there's even just sort of a sense or feeling in the assessing office that that would be the case.
Mr. Geierman may have a sense of that. I don't know if he's still on.
I think we lost.
Real quick, Mr. Gillum had his hand up to chime in here, and then we'll go to Mr. Geierman.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my understanding Mr. Geierman lost the connection. He's been in the waiting room, so maybe he's back with us now. While he's connecting, a couple comments. Yeah, it's my understanding that that right now part of what the assessor's office does is they review the multi-list. They review the sales listings, and then working with the building department, they compare the properties that are advertised for sale with the records that the city has for improvements on the property in terms of building improvements and any recorded increases in the assessment. And what we're finding frequently is that, no surprise that there is work that has been done without permit. Because work hasn't been done with permits, the assessor's office isn't aware that the work has been done, so they're not able to update their records and have the appropriate assessed value on the property. So those departments have been working together to try to get the information to the assessor's office so they can schedule the inspections and reviews that they need so they can get their records up to date. So that's something that's going on right now. And I would assume that if there's a position added, that those efforts will be able to continue. The other comment I'll make, and I'll let Jim respond to it better, but in terms of the ability to comply with the State Tax Commission guidelines and standards, I think there's a very real possibility that if we're not complying with those standards and guidelines, it's going to affect our ability to defend the assessments that we have on properties right now if they're challenged going forward. So I think this is really a position that we need to take a close look at, because we may be saving money in the short run if the position isn't filled, but in the long run, I think we may be costing ourselves a lot of money. And again, I'll leave it to Jim to expound on that.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Dave?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. At about 9:30, I got kicked completely out, and I've been scrambling ever since. So it just let me back in. So I just caught your commentary there at the end. So I apologize if I missed anything else. What can I answer for you?
Mr. Geierman, thank you for jumping back in. And basically, there's two material questions here. One is with the increased accuracy of being able to assess properties due to the frequency and being able to do the work as you proposed here in the budget with the extra position. What does that impact look like in terms of our revenue predictions moving forward? I.e., does this position pay for itself? Moving forward, a simpler way of looking at it. Again, it's not that we're going after higher taxes or whatever. It's just getting accuracy, and sometimes that can go down too. Maybe there are people that are overassessed. What does the net sum game look like? And then I think the second part that Mr. Gillum also brought up was, what does that financial position look like for us if we don't comply with, the requirements to get these properties evaluated? We don't hit the 20%, I think is what the number is. And what does that look like financially? What we're trying to do is really on a scale right now that everything that we're looking at increasing personnel. We want to know, is that, because we have to, or is that an investment, and what's the offset? So 100 grand in salary, are we saving 50 grand, and it's a net impact to our budget, 50 grand, whatever it may be.
I understand. Thank you, Mayor Fournier. To answer your question, the gain, I really can't put a dollar figure on it for you, other than to state that we have 24,500 residential parcels. And with one person doing that, it's next to impossible to cover everything that we need to cover. So the easiest way to put it is the workload is extreme. And to have one person doing that is I tell other people in my profession when they ask, of course, they always ask, how's your staff size? I tell them, well, I have one residential person. When you're trying to cover all the new construction that we have, all the remodels, the additions, and everything that's accessible that we're mandated to do, finished basements, air conditioning, generators, new garages, porches, decks, balconies, and it doesn't include demolitions. We have an awful lot to gain. And that's, the biggest thing for me is it's my responsibility, based on my experience, to inform you of the need for and the benefit of a second residential appraiser. It is going to help the city immensely from a taxable value standpoint. There are, unfortunately, I think you and I probably had this discussion, there are many people in the city that do not pull permits for the work that they do. So we have sales that come in at, say, $400,000, and I have them assessed for $3 million. That's usually a sign that there's something missing there. And so we use, as I heard Dave explaining to you, we use the MLS as a tool, discover things that people have done, improvements that they have made, and when we weigh that against our building department records, we discovered that there were never any permits pulled for any of that work done. Now, I can't police all of it as well as I'd like to. And by not being able to police it, that's revenue that we miss. So by adding the second person, I'm going to double what we do now. I guarantee you that we will. And now the other side of that coin is being able to just conduct reviews, good reviews on all the sales that we have. We have close to 2,000 sales a year. And by going out and reviewing and interviewing, remeasuring, it kills two birds with one stone. It also helps us on the other side with the SBC recommendation that we do 20% of our residential properties annually. That's impossible in the city of Royal Oak with one person. I do pull the commercial appraiser away from his commercial and industrial duties to assist me with the residential stuff annually because I have to. But by doing that, it takes away from the commercial and the industrial. I have a part-time appraiser who is a retired deputy assessor. She was with the city of Auburn Hills, so she's a very valuable asset to me. And I make her do some of that work also. So, but even with that said, it still doesn't touch what I need to do. So it isn't that I want more staff. I think the city will be best served with more staff.
Thank you, Mr. Geierman. I see Commissioner.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, did you call on me?
I did.
Thank you very much. The audio cut out just at that moment. Couple thoughts here. Number one, I know there was a thought process that perhaps taxable values could increase with the hiring of this additional person. And I suspect that that could lead to some additional revenue, but I also suspect it also could lead to some additional Headley rollbacks there. I guess that depends upon the nature of the work that was done at the houses involved. That's my number one thought, and I guess it's hard to necessarily say just exactly what would be the impact. Are they adding something that we weren't aware of, or are they simply doing some repair work that made the property more valuable, a longer remaining life sort of situation? That's my first thought. The second, I'm wondering to what degree, if any, we could turn to open equalization to assist with some of this, to fill in the gaps as opposed to hiring a full-time permanent employee here.
I can answer that quite easily. First, the repair work that you mentioned, that would not be considered an addition. So that would not be an addition for taxable value purposes. And then as far as Oakland County, I can't, of course, speak for Dave, the equalization director, but they're not going to come in and do that type of work for us. It's not what they do.
Okay, so if it's not an addition, then I presume that it would trigger Headley rollback, so there wouldn't be additional revenue. We may have some slightly reduced millage rates, but there would not be any additional revenue, if I'm understanding correctly.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say to you, if normal repair and maintenance is not considered an addition, so it wouldn't be anything that would increase taxable value, so it would not come into play with having an effect as far as a millage rollback.
Except for it would increase taxable value, I presume, at the time of sale. If I'm understanding, and I forget the name of the act from the early 70s that basically said taxable value couldn't be increased because of basic maintenance and repair. But my understanding is once the property is sold, that the taxable value, assessed value could go up. But I would presume that we have a situation where that would simply trigger a slightly greater Headley rollback.
Well, once the property's sold, it would trigger an uncapping. So that would be when the taxable value would then jump up to be the same as the assessed value. So yes, it would come into play there. And what you're referring to would be Headley.
Maybe as a clarification, Ms. Rudd, my understanding was new construction, new buildings and also additions onto the home. Can you guys hear me? I'm not moving.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. How is that impacted by Headley rollbacks?
Well, it's removed from the equation. It's
right. So if someone built an addition onto their house and it wasn't captured in Mr. Geierman's analysis, like $100,000, whatever, that amount would be considered new and not subject to the Headley rollback, correct?
Yeah, that inflationary, yes.
Right.
Now, Jim, if it's old, I don't know if you go back.
I'm sorry, you were speaking to me?
Yeah, if it's an improvement that's caught, I mean, you just move forward with it. You don't do any adjustments, correct?
No, that is correct. We do not.
Mr. Gillum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jim, could you comment, the significant notes in the budget book talks about the audit that the State Tax Commission will be conducting next year, or I guess in 2 years, 2022.
Sure.
How does that play out? What happens if our records aren't up to standard with the State Tax Commission standards when they come out? What happens?
Well, the what you're referring to is the AMR, and that's the audit of minimum assessing requirements. And they basically do. It used to be called the 14-point review. We had the 14-point review back in 2007, and we had the last AMR, I believe it was 3 years ago. And what happens is, I basically am the one that gets knocked, but of course it affects the city. And there's a number of things. The ultimate thing would be if it would be really, really bad, which I guarantee you it will not be, because that would reflect on me, then they would take my certification and make the city go and hire someone else, or they would seize the role. But just to answer the question as it regards to the 20% of all parcels reviewed annually, that is, as I said, it's not something that they can mandate. It's more of a recommendation. It's an expectation that they expect all of the cities to do that. But they also are realists, and they understand, as most of them that work on the state side usually come from an assessing department or an equalization department, and they understand that not everyone has the ability to do that, but the expectation is still there and impressed upon us.
Any other questions for Mr. Geierman? Okay. We'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Geierman.
No, I thank you all for your time.
Page 98, City Attorney's Office. Basically, personnel increasing because there's some individuals who are not at the top of their wage step, and everything else is pretty much staying the same. So not much to note here.
Sounds like we have, Mr. Gillum, basically, we have obligations to our employees based on where they are at in their seniority and their wage scales and contracts. And we have put some money in there to defend lawsuits, as we have to defend those, because if we don't, that would, yes. Any questions for Mr. Gillum on the budget? Mr. Gillum, anything you want to add?
No, I think we're appropriately staffed right now, and I'm looking forward to getting back to having my part-time job back again. So.
Oh. All right, Ms. Rudd.
Page 105, Human Resources, personnel again increasing. They've got some newer employees that have some room in their pay scale. Temporary wages are decreasing $13,000 due to filling a full-time position that was added, and they're able to reduce the part-time hours next year. Only other noteworthy things to mention, miscellaneous contracted services remains unchanged. However, they're taking $10,000 of that to for some record digitization. And this may have been one of those comments that Commissioner Macy was mentioning earlier. Was it, maybe you saw this in this department? And I am not sure if there's more the following year after that. I would need to ask.
Is that if this go from 22 to 32, Ms. Rudd, in the other expenses?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear everything that you said.
Yeah, that digitalization, is that under the other? Oh,
Yes.
you know what? It says clerk. Mine, you know what? I moved ahead to the wrong. You're on 105.
Yeah, I think I can go to that page right here. Are you speaking of this column here? If you can see my cursor.
Hold on, I have to look at two different screens because this one isn't big enough to see everybody motioning at me. Okay, now I can see the screen. Yeah, okay, we go from 214 to 253. 398 to 341 is the wage increases for merit and everything we talked about. And then the 214 to 253 is some of those tuition things, but also the digitalization in there. That's where you captured it.
Yes, it's in that column, but the original budget is 270. That's just how they think they're going to come in at 214 for the year.
Okay.
But the original budget is at 270. So really, the comparison was from to the original budget for 1920.
Okay. Almost 20,000 lower than the original budget for 20. Or no, the original budget was 270. You said.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Any significant commentary on HR? Okay.
Page 108. Just want to mention here, in case you're curious, when you look at the other and the debt, the pension and OPEB principal and interest payments for the general fund are paid out of here. This is the unfunded liability that was incurred years ago. So it's really hard to, what we did when we originally bonded for this, we did some research to figure out, for the most part, where the individual worked. Okay, so we didn't get precise down to a department. And in addition, sometimes people move around, but we could generally say they work for departments in the general fund. And so rather than, paying that debt payment out of the specific cost centers, if the individual worked for the general fund, then we allocated them to cost center 248, which is the general administration. And so we allocate that portion of the debt to the general fund, and that's what you're seeing here. And then in addition, in the other column, you see the 1 million plus expenditure. This is the IT charges and general liability charges for general fund related activity. So rather than, again, costing IT to the various departments and the general liability costs, self-insured plus the MMRMA premium to all the cost centers within the general fund, we put it all here. The Treasury Department on page 111, just real quick, not a whole lot of significant larger things to talk about, just the personnel costs are increasing. Again, they've got a lot of newer employees that are not at the top of their pay scale. City office building is on page 113. Second paragraph, more significant narrative. The existing city hall is expected to be closed early in next year with the opening of the new city hall. As a result, the budgets for heating and cooling, plumbing, elevator repair, and maintenance costs have been reduced to zero due to the warranty on the new building. Additionally, electric costs are projected to decrease to $35,000 and gas by $4,000 due to the smaller square footage and the increased efficiency. Parks and Forestry.
Wait, Mike.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a question on the so the maintenance cost going to zero. How does that look in the projections going forward?
I thought you would ask me that. Just a second. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if that's one we caught or not. Big ticket item, that one's a tricky one. Let's see. We have really insignificant amounts in those areas for the forecast. Oops. Okay, page 116, Parks and Forestry. Full-time costs increasing here for due to the request to hire 2 parks maintenance workers, mostly for the Normandy Oaks Park. I'm just going to skip here. There are no park projects in the general fund, capital related. And then finally, last paragraph, budgets include $65,570 for ongoing maintenance of the parks and grounds. Repair and maintenance supplies are increasing $2,500 to provide for additional supplies for Normandy Oaks, and then $5,000 is budgeted for training and education to cover the splash pad operation and maintenance. Water costs are projected to increase $11,000, and that was due to a partial season of use and that was anticipated.
Basically, the big impact of this budget is the additional workers for Normandy to take care of the community park, of which when we made the decision and budgeted for the park, we knew that by selling off the 10 acres that we would have the funding to maintain that park and to do it a good job. I mean, that's what the voters voted on. They said, hey, if we're going to vote to sell some of this land, we want to make sure we have an awesome park and that it's maintained well. And we said we can do that because not only will we have the money to build an awesome park, but we'll have the increased revenue. And via resolution that we put at this table a number of years ago, we earmarked that increased taxable revenue on the Robertson Brothers development to pay for these folks. So this is one of these situations where, you know, kind of a voter will situation. Commissioner Douglas and then Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, just a little housekeeping item. We're on page 117 with the full and part-time employees. The numbers don't add up. 1920 total employees, the total number is 7. In 2021, the total is 9, but the numbers above it don't add up to 9, they add up to 8.
The parks maintenance worker is probably supposed to be 3.
Got it.
Instead of 2. Yeah, I don't know if originally, I don't know if Aaron's on, they asked for 1 and then it increased to 2 and maybe we didn't go back and to change that. I'm not sure. I don't know why.
No biggie. I just thought you'd make sure it was correct.
Thank you.
Well, one question though I do have for Mr. Filipski. You know, we've obviously been delayed on construction due to COVID-19, you know, and when we look, I mean, I'm sure that there's maintenance in the wintertime, that like a big bulk of this fiscal year would be, I guess, July, August, September, October. You know, are we still on track with construction? And, you know, is there a way that we can delay the hiring of one of these folks for the fact that things have slowed? I mean, even last year we had all of May was rain. You know, we're a little bit, maybe give us an update where we're at and how does that impact, you know, the outlook?
Yeah, at this stage, I think it's safe to assume that the soft opening, as we were calling it, for the park is going to be pushed back as a result of COVID. So in that regard, I think we could get creative and not have the need for both employees immediately. I think that's fair to say. I would point out something that you mentioned, though. Obviously, the workloads are increasing. Park maintenance has been a consistent theme for some time, and I think more than just, you know, trying to get the parks cut quickly, which was a concern. I see it as not only these crews would be for Normandy Oaks, but also to do some of the other kind of maintenance projects that go beyond cutting. Some of the things that I think might have been lacking in parks that the guys just can't find the time to do right now. So there's that added benefit. And the last thing I guess I would add to your comments are, and I'm sure you all know this pretty well, when you get a couple parks employees, sure, they have a title and they're assigned to the parks department, but with the DPS employees, you get a lot more from them than wherever they're assigned. So really, these people act as utility employees as well for any kind of contingency that might come up, any kind of special project. So, but I understand the position everybody's in this, and I can just say, regardless of where any of this lands, we're willing to still continue doing what we do and getting it done one way or the other.
Well, I have a question on that. Thank you, Aaron. One of the things we haven't talked about, and maybe because this isn't, we haven't incorporated all the costs of the COVID-related issues, but we got over 50 parks, and we have a lot of equipment. And not only do they need to be maintained, but are we going to have, the requirement or the need, if we want to keep those parks open, to sanitize benches and park equipment and things like that? And we may or may not get grants to do that. But to me, that's an extra task that we're going to have in the upcoming year, for our park safe.
I foresee that as well. Yeah. And not to mention, I think people look for recreation options when there's, unfortunately, if we get a tanking economy, you find more people at home. That's what people turn to do. They can't afford to vacation and do things. And so I think our demands will only increase in that regard. But
and I have one more question. I'm sorry, related to the work. Maybe this is Ms. Rudd or Mr. Politsky, you can answer this, but all the trash barrels that we have at the parks, I know we've been looking at converting those blue barrels into, the ones with lids to make them more sanitary, nice, and all of that. Is that activity of picking up those trash bins come out of Parks and Rec, or is that something that comes out of the solid waste fund? Because I think there's an argument that if some of that work could be funded by the solid waste fund, if they're picking up trash at all of these parks. Just curious to see where that's at.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm not sure where you allocate.
Yeah, there is an allocation.
But no, when they actually do it, but I would be shocked if it's not in the solid waste fund.
It is a portion anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Like for instance, when the dog parks are cleaned up, that's in the solid waste fund. I know that for sure. So I would think that the regular parks.
So there shouldn't be an issue for us moving forward, and it's maybe not in this budget. It's probably in the solid waste fund, where we're going to have I know we talked about it last year, and things have kind of got wonky on us. But having the recycle bins and lidded trash containers, like they have in Madison Heights, for example, at our parks, so the debris doesn't blow all over out of the blue cans and whatnot. That's something that would be accounted for in the solid waste fund, not here, correct?
Right. Yes.
Just make a mental note that in case I won't forget, but I'm advocating strongly that that's something that we look at doing.
I appreciate that.
On the solid waste, and it makes your job easier too. Your guys don't have to pick up litter as much, and they're bigger containers. It seems like a win for everybody. Commissioner Macy.
So Ms. Rudd, I was just following up on the question about the Robertson Brothers place over on Normandy Oaks. If you had gotten the number for that, on how much tax revenue we're getting from that.
No, we're gonna get that. We're gonna see if we can get that. Not yet.
Commissioner Macy, I think when we looked at it historically, just to give you a bogey, I thought it was between like $65,000 to $95,000, somewhere in that range. It wasn't like $500,000, and it wasn't $10,000, but it was something in the,
My memory was 200, but I could be wrong.
Oh, maybe.
Not to confuse things even more, but I think the $65,000 that you referenced earlier for maintenance in one of the narratives is actually referencing that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. We'll get a number regardless.
And I guess one other quick thing I wanted to say was that we're also looking at the downtown park coming online, hopefully over the next year. And having a parks person up and ready for that would be a good thing.
That's right.
We also negotiated sponsorship for that one, so that's good. We got some funds coming in for it. All right. Any questions for Mr. Fournier, Ms. Rudd, related to parks and forestry? Okay. Good luck. At least you don't have a swampy May this year, but you're throwing another curveball, Aaron.
It's not one thing, it's another, right?
Yeah, that's right. You don't know what it is, but every year you get a curveball.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Building maintenance, page 118. The more significant item here, personnel increasing for the request to add a full-time facilities manager.
I know we talked about this in our strategic planning. And remember, all of these positions, a number of them were talked about in our strategic planning. And again, I'm not, advocating that we go on this mass hiring, but, every position you got to look at it for, cost benefit, right? Ms. Rudd, how have we incorporated, I remember we had the discussion where if we're doing our own maintenance, even like from the library to other buildings, I mean, there's clearly a benefit to having buildings that function and buildings that don't require a $200,000 repair because we forgot to change a filter. But what is, do we have any like work that these folks can do, or I know whether it's negotiating maintenance contracts for furnace repairs and all that, is there a viable offset from an expense perspective for this position?
Not one that you would definitely, that's subjective and very indirect. You'd have to make, well, first of all, you'd be relieving various department heads of needing to handle the work themselves. And many of them are not proficient with this type of work. And what's the value there? What are they doing in the meantime? Are they improving upon something or saving money with the time they would have been spending doing this work? So I mean, there's an argument there. Then also, if this individual is doing their job and are effective, they're hopefully doing some preventive maintenance work or having it conducted or contracted out that might save on repair costs. So, but these are really hard to monetize.
Right. And we have the needed role of figuring out, working with new and state and county regulations as it relates to the operations of, City Hall, Parks and I mean, maybe this is also something that floats into this role, with sanitation schedules and, I don't know, like that sort of maintenance, cleaning, and I don't say janitorial, but, understanding what is, for our workers and for our operations, what does it mean in terms of our buildings and how they need to operate to stay healthy among, ongoing concerns. Any questions for Ms. Rudd on building maintenance at this point? Commissioner Douglas, did you raise your hand or were you flipping a page? Okay. Sometimes I have slow eyes, sometimes they don't work. Okay.
Okay, page 120. Real quick, ordinance enforcement, not a lot here. They've got some new employees, getting some wage increases potentially. So that's why you see a little bit of an increase from the original budget. And part-time wages are decreasing because of an anticipation that a full-time position will be filled.
Questions?
Yeah, page 126 is community development, formerly planning. Not a lot going on here. Again, newer, one individual has the opportunity to increase their wages through the merit step. And overall, personnel costs are decreasing because of the decrease in allocation of some of the staff members to this cost center. In particular, I know they did an increased allocation over to the DDA funds, the two different funds. So the net result is a ultimate decrease for next year.
No questions?
Oh, there it is. So going from 348 to 327 for personnel. Animal protection services. This is the animal control. I'm sorry, page 128. That we contract that with Berkeley. It's just an assumed increase of 3%. We don't know that. We haven't had any contact, but typically what we do is we assume an increase for the budget book if we have not heard. Electrical on page 130. Personnel increasing due to a larger allocation of the city electrician to this cost center. Engineering is on page 133. And just a couple things here. Personnel costs are increasing. They're anticipating a significant higher allocation of staff time to this cost center as opposed to capital projects. And a lot of times, not all the time, but that results in higher permit revenue. We've got permit revenue at 200,000, which is a decrease from this year, which this year's revenue was off the charts at 400 and some thousand. So hopefully we're gonna see some offsetting revenue. And then finally, miscellaneous contracted services is decreasing $5,000 due to a one-time cost related to environmental sustainability study that was budgeted the current year. I know that's not a lot of money, but it was just the topic that I thought there might be some interest, so I'm calling that out. Let's skip the next two cost centers. There's nothing really significant there until we get to page 142, community engagement. And there, interesting item here, $36,000 for the public relations firm for various grand openings, $12,000 for a citizen survey, and excuse me, $12,000, $10,000 for the city centennial celebration, and $1,000 for the Normandy Oaks and Police Department grand opening.
And those are probably expenses that may not occur, but they're budgeted for sure. Commissioner Macy?
Well, that's part of what I was going to say is that this is another thing that I had seen as possible cut or push off to next year. Yeah.
Now, it is possible by June 29th of next year that we could still endure these expenses, so it probably makes sense to put them in there, and then, pull them if we're not open for business by then, as far as crowd gathering, and also, if the budget gets really, really tight, not do those events. Commissioner Douglas, did I see you raise your hand? No.
No.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Rudd.
Sorry, I'm just taking a note here. Page 145, cable communications. Office equipment and repairs, maintenance costs include maintenance agreement for the city's web streaming appliances, video on demand service, and playback system. Now, the budget includes $7,500 for the live stream and video on demand service, which includes additional storage, $2,000 for playback system, maintenance agreement, and $20,000 as a repair contingency for any equipment that might get damaged in the move by just disconnecting, getting it over there and connecting it. Some concern that something might not work after that move. So that's more of a contingency. As part of the city's annual vehicle replacement, $200,000 is budgeted in the motor pool for the replacement of the WROK cable van. And depreciation has been paid on this, well in excess of the $200,000. More like $600,000, but I believe Richard is looking at a more of like a conversion van type setup, as opposed to a semi.
Richard, Mr. Wilson, just a quick question. Do you anticipate, if we have to continue to do these meetings remotely or virtually, do you see a decrease or increase in your budget at all for the next year? Is there any, if we can't go out and film things, what's your thought on that?
Well, actually, Mayor and Commissioners, good evening. I'm actually doing more work.
Okay. I figured that's a possibility too.
Yeah. I've actually been much busier.
Okay. All right. So the budget's conservative right now. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Okay. If we can move on to community promotions, that would be page 147. Basically, the big decrease is due to the one-time roof replacement that was budgeted in 1920. Just want to mention here the continuation of the $20,000 for the Royal Oak Youth Assistance contribution, and also $2,000 is budgeted for this contribution for the Star House. Then page 148 is the Dream Cruise. What we have in the budget still is the expenditure of the 88,770, or the budget for the 88,770. And in addition, on the revenue side for sponsorship in the budget still, or the, recommended budget still, is approximately $105,000. No comments on that. Page 150 is Arts, Beats, and Eats. Not a lot of big money or big money changes here, but just want to mention that it's still in the budget. And then if there's no comments on that, on page 151, transfers were discussed or mentioned in the executive summary, but just real quick, we'll go over them again. $21 million to the Public Safety Fund, $350,000 transferred to the Senior Citizens Fund. And this is in accordance with the public safety plan. Both of them are. The forecast estimates the transfer out to public safety will be as high as $24 million by the end of the forecast, which you see right here. 24 of the 27 there. And for the senior center, as high as $475,000 by the end of the forecast. $465,000 is budgeted out for the court debt. $2.2 million is for the WROK debt payment. $20,000 for Arts Commission, and $2,000 for Memorial Day Parade. $23,000 for our match for the Indigent Defense Fund, and $24,000 for the new mower. And also total transfers are decreasing again due to that one-time only transfer and this year for $600,000 loan to advance some of the Normandy Oaks projects that the county is going to reimburse us for.
Mayor.
Commissioner Macy?
Ms. Wright, is now the right time to ask what it is that's making the Senior Citizens Fund transfer go up so much over the next 5 years?
Let's talk about it when we're in the senior center.
Okay.
You'll see the expenditures then.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, are we allowed to?
I think, yeah, I don't want to jump there just yet. I think we're getting through is the intent to get through, this is the last one of the general fund, right? Ms. Rod?
That's right.
And then we're going to go to public safety. And I know it's getting kind of late here, 10:38. And I know we have both chiefs on, so I don't know how, is there any more questions on the transfer out? We're going to see a lot of those expenditures or, in the funds themselves that they're going to, whether they're enterprise funds or whatnot. So unless there's any pause, maybe try tonight to at least get the public safety stuff kicked off and see if there's any material things that we need you to research for us for the next meeting. So that's what I'd like to do and try to wrap this up maybe by 11, because I know folks want to get to bed and start their workday tomorrow.
Okay, public safety begins on page 179. Okay, so the public safety millage is budgeted to generate about $10.6 million based on the maximum authorized heavily reduced rate of 3.7568. This will be the fourth year of the 5-year renewal, and the forecast assumes the millage rate will be renewed and levied beginning 22-23 again. The transfer of $21 million from the general fund to offset the police, fire, and ambulance expenditures is budgeted for next year. By the last year of the forecast, it's estimated the transfer will be over $24 million. However, if you look at the general fund fund summary that we were on earlier today, and what you see at the bottom of this page is the bottom piece of that. By the last year, the forecast 24-25, both funds are in the negative. The forecast shows the use of fund balance every year, and that's the reason for that. And of course, that's not possible to adopt the budget with the negative fund balance. So, that's not possible. There have to be adjustments made. Last, ambulance service revenue is budgeted to increase $50,000 due to increased transports from possibly the downtown Henry Ford facility and other assisted living and senior facilities. And the transfer from the DDA remains budgeted at $540,000 for the downtown policing.
Commissioner DeBuck, did you have your hand up? Did I miss it? Okay. Sorry, I just lost my view here. I'll have to redo it. Okay. Questions so far at this point?
Expenditure side for police is on page 183. Okay, there's a few things. A lot of new people that are going through their wage steps, so there's an increase in wages for that. And in addition, a reason for the large significant increases for the pension and OPEB contribution by a combination of increasing by a combination between the two of $325,000, and most of that is due to unfavorable investment returns in the trust. Computers and telecom equipment lease and rentals are budgeted again at $250,000, and that was for the equipment and software for the new in-car cameras, officer worn body cam, next generation stun devices, interview room recording equipment, cloud-based digital evidence storage and management, and 5 computers for patrol cars. Just jump down to uniforms, clothing and gear is increasing $14,000 due to the need to re-outfit the volunteer honor guard unit. Miscellaneous operating supplies increasing $9,800 for a replacement large frame electric bike. And then in the motor pool, there's $320,000 budgeted for 5 replacement patrol vehicles and 2 replacement unmarked vehicles.
All right. Let's see, we have Chief O'Donoghue online. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Rudd or the chief on the police part of the public safety budget? I guess maybe I'll ask one question, Chief O'Donoghue. When it comes to the replacement vehicles, to what extent, if we had to stretch a couple of those vehicles out to the next year, would that be? I mean, are we in dire shape, or if push came to shove with a budget where we needed to make some sort of would the vehicles be something that we could look at?
Well, to some degree, we already do that. We have a normal kind of life cycle of the vehicles. And then as vehicles are scheduled to come out, that vehicle doesn't always come out. We take the vehicle that is in the worst shape. A good example is our BMW motorcycles. Those were due to get replaced probably 2 years ago, and they're running great. They're doing fine, so we just are keeping them. The police vehicles, they take some abuse, and those would definitely, I think, need to be replaced without question. The unmarked vehicles, sometimes we can drag those out a little bit, maybe a little bit longer if we had to, and we could definitely look at that.
So if down the road, I mean, there's opportunity within this budget that you proposed here that if, for example, we get, stressed as it relates to revenue, there's a few things in here that you can look at before we'd have to cut personnel, not, millions of dollars, but there's a couple things here. Like, for example, we didn't get shared revenue from the state. There's a couple things in here that you could, look at and reevaluate if we had to do that.
Sure.
Any questions for Chief O'Donoghue? I mean, my opinion is that the voters put in the public safety millage, and we made a promise that we were going to keep staffing levels at a certain level, and to adequately keep our city safe. And for every dollar that we've spent over the last number of years, we're getting the results. Our crime rates are down, and we're a really safe community. Commissioner Douglas.
Well, that does prompt me to ask. Is there a point where, crime levels keep going down? Is there a point where we don't need the staffing levels that we have? How do you measure that?
We measure pretty much every day on a allocation of the officers. Our calls for service are going up. We're not being asked to do less. The officers are actually continually being asked to do more. So we base it as calls for service. Crime has been gone down dramatically. Certainly since we passed the millage, and that means reducing personnel. I guess I certainly don't think we're there yet, and I don't expect us to get there anytime soon with some of the changes that are going on in the city. So, but if the data showed that the officers weren't being utilized to any significant degree, that'd be the point where we'd have to ask ourselves, do we need to do something different?
Does the decrease in crime affect overtime rates at all?
Probably. It's really hard to say. I don't know. Maybe somewhat. We do spend a lot of overtime. Most of that's down in the CBD area and that kind of thing. Some of our overtime is kind of built in with training and that kind of thing. But where crime really affects overtime is when the guys get tied up late or court time. But as things change, it's hard to say that crime and overtime are directly linked. That'd be hard for me to say.
Well, so what savings do you anticipate once we've got the police station connected to the courthouse? How is that going to affect, I'm going to say, improve your efficiencies?
I think it improved dramatically. The last time we checked it, we spend about 7 hours a day on court details. So I'd expect that number to go to 0. Or very close to that, so that you're gaining 7 hours over 5 days a week. We also have a lot of built-in efficiencies into the building. That's how we designed it. And everything from in the winter, the officers are saving 20 to 30 minutes a day clearing snow off the cars and defrosting the cars, that kind of thing. The way the report writing and evidence is handled, they're able to do a lot less. They'll spend a lot less time in the station and they'll be on the road.
Policing,
correct.
Good, thank you.
A lot of value back to the community in those advantages. Ms. Rudd?
Hey, page 1. Sorry. Page 188. fire department. Personnel increasing, expecting some new firefighters, and for the existing new firefighters to go up their wage steps, and also anticipating paying out higher costs for bank payouts due to an increased number of retirements anticipated. And also the fire share of the increase in defined benefit contribution requirement. And that increase is $176,000. And that's just the pension and OPEB contribution increase. That's not the entire personnel budget increase. Fire and EMS supplies are increasing $9,500 to cover the cost of a cancer prevention program, and which the chief might want to speak to. And then we have the capital projects down a bit lower there, adding up to $570,000. It involves roof replacement for Station 1 at $290,000, HVAC system replacement for Station 1 at $140,000, Station 1 security remodel at $20,000, concrete slab repair work at Station 2 at $60,000, and 18 AEDs for citywide replacement at $60,000. And there may be a potential grant for that. Finally, as was mentioned before in the executive summary, $782,000 is budgeted in the motor pool fund for pumper tanker replacement, and $32,400 for a new SUV replacement.
Any questions for Ms. Rudd? I see Chief Cummins is on the line as well. Ms. Douglas, Mr. Douglas.
So yeah, I guess we should be asking the chief the same questions that we've asked other departments in terms of these capital improvements. Roof repair and a new pumper tanker. Are these things that could be postponed for a year?
Well, to speak to the roof, I'll talk to you about them individually. So as far as the roof replacement goes, we had a roof leak last winter, and they came out and repaired it. It's on the list. We discussed it because it may not need to be done this year. What happened was they fixed the leak. The company that DPS uses came over. They inspected all the roofs or I don't know if they were all the roofs, but multiple buildings throughout the city, and then ranked them as to which ones they felt needed to be done earlier versus later, and they ranked our building towards the top. So that's why you see it there. If that didn't happen till next year, that's a lot of money, or a good chunk. That could probably be pushed back because we haven't had any more leaks since the original leak repair. HVAC system, that's one that's on there. There's two ways that we price that out. What happened was last winter, we really burned through our heating and cooling budget for service repairs early. So we looked at what it would take, because what you've got is a combination system that's part of the old building and then part of the remodel that they tried to put together. So we got a quote to just replace the controls would be about $80,000, and that would kind of replace the control system for all the existing units, and then the $140,000 would be to replace all the control systems and all of the units. Now, I guess, and this is where a facilities manager maybe would come into play. I look at that and I say, well, you're looking at, the better part of $400,000 on one building. I'm not sure that it's necessary this year, but we may well burn through a lot of money in servicing the existing system. So both of those first two items, I could say, I think I'd be comfortable saying we could take a wait and see approach, no problem. Um, the security remodel, again, that figure is the only one up there that's really a guesstimate. That is done because people that come in to make deliveries and drop off plans and pick up plans from the headquarters station. Once you enter our front door, because of the way the building is set up, you basically can get upstairs. You can get anywhere you want in the building, other than the hallway that I'm in. So that didn't seem like it was the best setups. What we really wanted to do was change where the service window was and basically put a wall in just to limit so that we could control the access to that building. That's another one. It's been that way for 50 years. It doesn't have to be done this year. It's just one of those things that should be looked at some point. The slab repair for Station 2, you've got some significant cracking. That's a very large apron. We budgeted $15,000 last year for Station 1, and they were able to do a very significant portion in front of our station for a little under $10,000. So this is quite a bit bigger job. It does need to be done. I would be hesitant to walk away from that. I just think it's something that, again, it's something that's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And as you see the cost of these pumpers, it's $700,000 a piece. When you're banging them over those holes 365 days a year, they beat the trucks up. As Ms. Rudd said, the defibrillators, those are for the city buildings. Basically, they got costed to us years ago because we maintain them. The problem with the ones that we have citywide, this is one that I absolutely think we should not get away from at all, is the current AEDs. They're not making parts anymore. So to service the existing AEDs is going to become impossible. And for example, the one that's in the police station right now is on its last battery. If we need to replace it, I don't know that I can. So we did apply for a grant at the beginning of the year. We were turned down, but we were able to reapply. And my thinking is we will know the answer to that before you guys vote on this budget. So that figure there is a worst case scenario. But again, that's one that just because it's for every building in the city, that includes all of the monitors, plus it will allow us to remotely monitor all of them so that if any of them aren't working properly, we will know to fix them. Right now, we have to physically go out and check them, and whether it's monthly or quarterly, or it's not as good of a system. Okay, and then lastly, the largest one, the elephant in the room, if you will, is obviously the fire truck. That one, I will say this. I realize that's a very, very large figure. I would not want to get away from that, and I will tell you why. When we looked at that, the current fleet, the frontline trucks and the backup trucks behind them, are all 2008 models. They were all purchased together, and depending on how long you've been around, you remember it or you won't. They gave us 5 trucks for the cost of 3 because the old ones were lemons. The only problem with that is they all go bad at the same time. So what we're trying to do is, if you talk to the motor pool, they will tell you all of those trucks need to be replaced. Obviously, that can't happen. So what the plan is to get the front 3 trucks replaced, and I would have tried to do them all in 1 year, but again, you run into the same problem 20 years from now. So really, year 1, year 2, year 3 allows us to replace the frontline trucks, and what it's going to do for the city is the trucks that are in the backup, now we will be able to get those trucks to the 20-year mark, keep them in service for 20 years, and collect that full amount for the replacement vehicle. So I really think that that's something that we, in my opinion, we should stay with, even though it's a big ticket item. We are shrinking the overall fleet from 6 engines to 5. The idea being if we could get the front lines replaced in those first 3 years, that with 3 frontline vehicles that were in good shape, the 2 remaining backups would be enough to support those front 3 vehicles. So that was the thinking there. We actually went through Greg Rassel before he retired, and then after Aaron got in, we sat down and we mapped it out so that all the vehicles would get or as many of the vehicles as we possibly could, we could get the full 20-year collection on. So that's the reason that that one's there. Yeah, like I said, the first 3 items, I think you could easily, at least for me, I could easily say, hey, let's take a wait and see approach, especially the roof. The AEDs, those are all the city buildings. That one, because the public goes into those buildings, those just have to be right. That's just the right thing to do there. And like you said, the fire engine, I understand you're going to have to make tough decisions. That's the reason that we did that. You have 5 pumpers that are all 2008. So what we're trying to do is trying to replace the front 3 over a 3-year period in order to take those last 2 and be able to go the full 20 years with them. Because right now, none of those trucks as a frontline vehicle can make it the full 20 years.
And I'll just argue, Chief Cummins, that at some point or another, we're going to have to buy the pumper, right? It's not an ongoing expense. It's not an HR, whether we buy it this year, next year. If we continue to have budget issues, it's going to come out of our fund balance at some point. I mean,
well, they're always large. There's two things here. They're always large ticket item because they're very expensive. But the other thing that's a problem with them, in particular, is they take about 14 months to build. So you really need, you need to be take the long view on them, if you will. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here. Is we're trying to swallow a bitter pill for the first couple of years so that we can have a few years off down the road where we don't have to buy any. And then at the other end, at the 20-year mark, you'll have a very clear pecking order, barring some sort of catastrophe, as far as which trucks ought to be pulled out in which order.
Questions for Chief Cummins?
Oh, did you want to talk about the cancer presumption or the cancer prevention? I know Julie brought that up.
Yeah, let's hear about that.
Okay, so we learned about this it kind of came out of the FDIC conference in 2015. What a lot of people don't know, and I don't want to be overly dramatic about it, but we have, our organization chart is right here. So you're looking at a department that's 50-something guys, and it started to really with my dad passing several years ago, I started to look at cancer in the fire service a little bit more. And when you look at our department of 55, it struck me that right off the top of my head, I could think of 10 people plus that I've worked with that have all either actively have cancer, have battled cancer and beat it, or lost their fight with cancer. And I wanted to do something. Are we addressing this as aggressively as we can? So we looked at the programs that they were looking at, and what they recommend is a gross decon. So they want us to kind of clean up at the scene of the fire, which we kind of do, but that's a very basically garden hose and soapy water type of a deal, very low cost. Then they want you to come back and as soon as possible, get on a bike, get your heart rate back up, and then they want to put you in a hot box and sweat these toxins out of you. And that, and with any study, you can find arguments both ways, but they really feel like that's kind of the standard. Well, we got a grant years ago, which would be really one of the more expensive parts of this, to get the bikes for free, so we have them already. So I looked into how much it would cost, because when you say sauna, people think of the one at their gym with the hot rocks, and we're not talking about that sort of thing. We're talking about basically a phone booth with heat, infrared heaters in it, and you sweat it out, and then you get these guys in the shower, and then you get them back in service. That's kind of become the gold standard for cancer prevention in our business. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but we get into dirty things. I looked at the cost of it, and I said, for under $10,000 for the amount of cancer we've had, I just thought it was worth trying to get that done. Especially as you start getting into years 25 through 30 and beyond, you start really looking at, I look at more of these younger guys as almost like your kids, you want to take care of them. And I look at it as if we can ingrain in a young department to really aggressively be proactive in preventing the cancer, that's going to be the best thing over the long haul for everybody. So that's what that represents. Again, I think that's a small price to pay for the benefit, even though you're talking about $9,000+ dollars.
I think we could be talking about a lot more than that. Whatever we can do to keep our brave firefighters safe, I think it's an excellent addition to the budget. And those are the types of things that we want to see. The most important asset we have is our people. And I say that as a commission representative here, but also as a resident of this fine community, and applaud your effort, Dave, for really researching and not just accepting the status quo, accepting that cancer rates are higher among firefighters, but looking at ways to combat it and finding a solution that totally makes sense to help curb the epidemic that faces those in your industry. And I personally am grateful. I happen to know a lot of your folks, and a lot of the young ones, and I think we all have a responsibility to do what we can. And I think this is a good story, and I think we should start seeing more things like this come down the pike as well.
Thank you.
Any questions for Chief Cummins or for Ms. Rudd? So I think Ms. Rudd or Commissioner Douglas.
Well, I was going to suggest that Ms. Rudd has been sitting there now for like how long? The rest of us have gotten up and taken breaks, and she's slogged away at her desk. Could we postpone? We've just got public or solid waste yet to go tonight. Any reason not to push that off till our next meeting?
Could you give me 60 seconds on solid waste and 30 seconds on motor pool?
The clock is ticking.
Okay. Did the chief mention if he could push the SUVs back? I don't know if I missed that or if he addressed that.
I did not address it, Julie, but
okay.
Yeah, I think the SUV would be easy to push back. That we can get by without.
Okay. Okay. Then ambulance, I will not go over. We'll just skip that, and then you guys can read it on your own. I don't think, yeah, there's explanations there. So solid waste, very quickly, just for your consideration, as I mentioned in the beginning of the evening, on page 197, and it talks about it 196 as well. Again, we've are recommending a small decrease relative to the maximum allowable millage for the solid waste, as we did in the current year we're in 1 year ago. But there's some opportunity because we're talking about, what are some ways for relief to increase that millage and use some of the fund balance here maybe a little earlier. So push that up, as opposed to what the forecast has here is about a $0.25 under the Headley max each year out into the forecast. So just want to mention this now so you have time to think about it or ask questions. And then for the motor pool, that is on page, since I'm asking you to think about some of the bigger possible changes. Motor pool is on page 313. So if you remember, we started a catch-up program because when many years ago, before I was here, sorry, I can't talk and move this at the same time. There were some difficult times, and depreciation went on a vacation. So that resulted in somewhat of a shortage on what cash is sitting in the motor pool for future replacement. So what we did is we decided the $4 million that it was short, that over 10 years we would collect that depreciation. So like a catch-up provision. This would be the third year of that plan. So that's something to think about in these difficult times. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. Just so maybe by the time we get to motor pool, you've had a little bit of opportunity to consider it. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Rudd. All right, well, we covered a lot tonight. Commissioner Douglas?
I move we adjourn.
Motion by Commissioner Douglas, supported or seconded by Commissioner Macy. Discussion on the adjournment? Okay, I'll just add before we adjourn, if you have questions or whatever for the next stuff, it's very helpful, and I'm sure Ms. Rudd appreciates it. It's always good to have questions, but if to the extent we can get them to her ahead of time so she can get the answers, that would be great. So we have the budget now. It'll make the next meeting go much quicker and smoother. Mr. Gillum.
Just real quick to just give everybody a reminder of what our dance card looks like for next week. We have our regular city commission meeting on Monday night, starting at 7:30, no closed session. We have a work session on Tuesday, 6 o'clock, on recreational marijuana. And then we're back with another budget meeting a week from tonight at 6:30.
Great. Good week next week. Learn that $1.25 an hour.
Get to see a lot of each other next week.
Yeah. All right. To a motion on the table, I'm going to do a roll call. Oh, Commissioner Macy, discussion? Okay,
I was waving goodbye. I forgot we had to vote.
I'm going to do the roll call vote here. I'll say Commissioner Douglas.
Aye.
Commissioner Dubuck.
Yes.
Commissioner Macy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser.
Yes.
And I vote yes. We're adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Julie?